Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, December 23rd, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today along with Mark and John as co-hosts, and I think we're ready to launch into today's workshop. And some people that may not have tuned into this workshop before might wonder what goes on in this workshop. I do too sometimes. And we have a variety of topics that come up from time to time. And primarily we try to bring it back to what we call the plasma technology and the knowledge of primarily that's been represented through Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation and the other knowledge seekers that have been supporting this particular teaching for a number of years. And we tend to try to bring things back to closer to the source fields rather than the matter level, which is kind of the results of the field interactions rather than the field interactions themselves. So we like to talk about feeling the fields and interacting with the magnetic gravitational fields as part of this wonderful plasma technology. And plasma has a larger meaning than the traditional scientific meaning of plasma, meaning an ionized gas. For example, the actual atom could be considered to be composed of plasma or magnetic gravitational fields that are kind of wrapped up and causing this plasmatic interactions between entities. Anyway, I usually ask people that are gathered here. We have looks like a dozen people in our panelists right now. That's in the live Zoom room. And I usually ask if anyone has something they would like to present to start off today's workshop, whether it's a project or an idea, concept, question. And so I leave the floor open to input. We're looking for input. So we try to adapt to whatever people are interested in and what needs to be penetrated further for today's knowledge. So any takers? Anybody have something they'd like to present? Tick tock. That's the usual dead air time response that I get with that question. Mind you, it is 7 a.m. Central European time, which is difficult, and people like John tuning in at 3 a.m. and others, I think Mark, it's 1 a.m. and so on and so forth. It's people are either just waking up or far past their bedtime. So
they're all still out Christmas shopping, right?
Yeah, right. Out with the family and friends, gathering in joy. Not necessarily so this year.
I went on a new website for me. It was called Brand New Tube, which is another one of these video sharing websites. And I think a lot of people are looking for an alternative because they've been banned for one reason or another from the more popular sites. And I was just wondering, is it easy to put the Reactor Group video on a website like that as well as YouTube? We can't copy from YouTube, right, and put it over there. It doesn't sound like it'd be right to me. Like if your videos were on YouTube, which they are now for the Reactor Group, you can't move them to another site. I couldn't do that.
Well, yeah, you couldn't, but I could if it was my videos or an admin from the Keshe Foundation or whatever, they could transfer videos over. But then it's a whole new site which requires maintenance, and who's going
Okay.
to do the maintenance on it? It's basically an all-day, everyday job, because you would have to set up 2,000 videos, for example, if you're going to duplicate the Keshe Foundation site, in all the playlists, and every new video that comes out has to be individually put into that playlist then. And that means maintenance of that and any descriptions and additions and transfers and deletions and all that kind of thing would have to be maintained. And it's really a big job. And certainly I wouldn't be able to do that. And that would mean someone else would have to be on it full time all the time to keep up with everything, unless they're just going to put, the Reactor Group, for example, which is still, a couple hundred or more videos and so on to.
Right. But if you were just to start with this show, would that be, I thought once you put a video up there, that's basically it. People just watch it or they don't watch it.
Yep. So that means someone would have to record the video and have the recording, either get it off YouTube or off of Zoom or off of live stream or whatever, and then upload it to that site, which takes time and energy to do. Label it, put in the description, put in the playlist that it's in, and all the rest of it that goes with it, and do that with every video that gets uploaded to that site. And after a while, you'd have a number of playlists, and you have to organize and make sure everything's good, or people won't complain, and so on and so forth. And then you might only get 100 hits on it all, because how are you going to promote it?
Right. I noticed that the views were rather low.
Right.
The new site
is
getting, or I don't know how new or when it was started.
It's taken us 5 years to build up this YouTube channel to the number of viewers it has now. And it took us before that there was another YouTube channel, but it got switched over because we couldn't get the admin settings properly on it. So we started a new channel, and it took 5 years to get to the point that the other channel was before. So it takes a long time to build up your subscribers, so that when you put out a new video, it goes out to all those subscribers and all, to all the people that are interested in the channel and so on. So yeah, it's can be done. You want to take it on? You got the time?
No.
Perhaps
I have trouble starting my computer.
Yeah, right. So it's an obligation. That's the thing, and it's something we may have to do, and it's always good to have duplicate sites. I'm not against that at all. It's just maintaining it, and is it worth it if no one's going to visit it? No one, meaning 100, even a few hundred hits is not really worth it in many ways. Sometimes those channels, though, will reach a different audience, maybe in a country where YouTube is banned, or somewhere where it doesn't have the reach that it would in some of the other places. So
I would assume, Rick, that in the future scenario, the foundation education section would have a salaried staff that would be liaising with educational institutes all around the world and putting a central with their own servers, media servers. They could be plasma computer servers by then. So that all of this is now under the control of the Keshe Foundation, and education can't be threatened by corporations like YouTube suddenly saying, no, we're censoring all of that. And other news sites coming up like BitChute and Brand YouTube and all the dozens of other ones. You know, they'll be here and then they'll be gone.
It doesn't matter how big a corporation you are, you can still have your videos banned by YouTube. It's no problem.
Yeah, well, the thing is to leave YouTube, and Keshe would have their own media streaming system. And the education.
So it means several full-time people instead of just one to run it. And it
That's right.
tens of thousands of dollars a month to run, and all the servers and everything. Yep, we've considered that, and that was that's not the way it's being done right now. So we'll see. Perhaps one day.
One day, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a topic, I sent you that video of the detector and some photos if you want to
send it where? Send it on what channel?
Yeah, just don't play the soundtrack because it's got commercial music in it.
Where was that again? In Telegram or?
No, I emailed you and you sent a reply when you saw it. It's a 35 meg video of Cornelius sitting in the chair with the meter on his body, showing the free plasma zones.
Let's see if I can find that again.
Just when you play the video, just mute the audio because it's got some Indian music in the background. So for those listening in, this is a segment continuing from the original Plasmatron presentation that I did several months ago now. And at that point, in that presentation, I mentioned about a meter that this person had developed, which was able to pick up presence of plasma fields or the field interaction. We're not quite sure how it works, but it does appear to be able to pick up free plasma zones and things like that. So this little short video is a second visit continuing with the same device. And it shows the meter detecting the fields around what I called the plasmatron. It's a dynamic reactor, 4 dynamic reactor, health unit, plasma unit, which is in a star formation. Made out of wood, so it can be disassembled and moved around to different places to help people with their meditations.
It's going to take me a couple of minutes here. You sent it to me through WeTransfer, and it downloaded it to somewhere strange in my downloads file, and now the WeTransfer is expired. I can't get it back that way, so I'm just trying to find it here. I don't know the name of the video, so I don't have anything to go off. Do you have a name or number?
I think it was field interactions or plasma field interaction.
Field detection, that must be it. Yeah. All right, got it. So I'll turn the audio off and you can explain what it's about. First of all, I should probably play the disclaimer. We have a general disclaimer now, so we'll frame this in case anything comes up in this video or any of the following discussions or videos. We sort of try to cover the bases with this disclaimer little video here. Oops, to play the sound as well. Yeah, let me just play that. And Neil, if you could just mute your mic while this is playing, then we'll get back into it here. Okay, here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, that was certainly a mouthful. Anyway, it gives us a little bit of leeway on what we can say, but we have to, if we have anything that we bring up that's against the current medical establishment perspective from the WHO and CDC and those kind of people, then we have to have a balanced, what they call a balanced perspective, and show the ordinary medical perspective as having equal or greater weight in terms of our discussion and concepts and so on. So having said that, let's carry on here. Let me get that video back up and we'll have a look. Oops. All right, this is called field detection, and we'll have Neil annotate as we go along here, or notate.
Audio muted.
Yes, audio is muted, and we should be good to go. Thank you.
Okay, what you're seeing here is a $14 EMF detector made in China. And it's been treated by that person holding it to make it considerably more sensitive to the fields. As you can see it flashing away there quite some distance above those spinning dynamic reactors. The meter isn't detecting what they're designed to detect, which is an electric field. This is what electricians use to put on the walls to find where the wires are. It's detecting something else, which we can't explain at the moment what it is detecting, but this unit and my one here at home is, there's magnets in that where he's checking there, so it's also picking up magnetic fields of other things. The wood transmits the power of the maggrav. Both these units are powered by a maggrav unit, which is under the coffee table on the left-hand side there. But normally, if you did that with an ordinary electromagnetic, electrician's detector, you would not be picking up fields in the body, in the human body. That person is Dr. Cornelius, so we're operating under medical supervision as a disclaimer. And we're picking up the fields in his body that's coming from and within the free plasma zone that forms within the geometric structure of the star formation. So you can see it's not really showing 3 Gauss of energy when it was right up near his body. That would be pretty absurd. But the meter is detecting that there's some sort of state change that's being converted by the tachionization process that he used to make this meter more sensitive. You could probably go back to just a few stills in that video if you like, Rick, and people can ask questions about anything as we're going along. So the process to make your meter so sensitive that it picks up this, I suppose it's magnetic field energy that's being converted to some sort of electrical excitation within the meter. And because it's what he calls being tachionized, and it takes several weeks to change that meter to be able to detect, become way more sensitive to field state changes. Now I had to, before I wanted to talk about this, I had to do a few other tests and verify that what we're picking up is not some stray magnetic fields from all the speakers and everything else he's got in this room. This particular person who was using this device to help his body repair a bit quicker from some trauma recently. He's a bit of a natural therapist himself and has a lot of other devices in this property, radionics being very prevalent all over the place. He has an NEV energy vision system, so we could see state changes when people have been pre and after sitting in these environments, and we can see a state change. And that's been verified by another person at my property where they brought along their own NEV systems and hopped in the Merkaba structure, the double star octahedron that I have here, this is a small version. So the previous video presentation I did, when was that? Several months ago, talking about the 2 reactor, the 4 reactor and the 8 reactor system that I built and been experimenting with for the last 4 odd years, and seeing some very interesting effects. So only now we're just starting to get the hang of what's going on with all this field transfers and the friction between field generators, the dynamic reactors are the field generators, and they're in motion, so there's different field directions happening and different sizes and different interactions and all sorts of interesting results we're starting to be able to see. So following up from this video where I went with Dr. Cornelius to visit this person after he's had this device in his house, so I call it the plasmatron, for 3 weeks, and he had seen substantial physical changes in himself, and other people had hopped in and had a little go. This person uses a whole range of other things, so he was very interested to do a whole series of experiments, which we're still looking at, working out the results and what happened and how, what does it mean. So I had one of these tachionized meters. He's made several of them. It's essentially the process of, and I need to do more research and find out exactly more detail about the process, but he said simply, go and find yourself some pure electronics grade silicon wafers, so basically the silica that's used in microchips. And he had a whole pile that he got from a microchip manufacturer that was cut to the extremely thin wafer slices. They're like very fragile mirrors. And so you could get a whole lot of these flakes, lay them out on a plastic lamination pad, and then laminate them to create a sheet of pure silica. And apparently, I don't know the theory about this. I've got to learn more about this tachyon theory. But the tachyons that normally flow through space, the energy particles that go through the planet and everywhere else, cause state changes. And somehow they must be being picked up or harvested in the silica sheets. And that field then emanates. So if you put a jar of water on top of one of these sheets, within 24 hours, 48 hours, the pH will change by a minimum of increasing 1 unit, but possibly more. This is what we also see with the GANs. Ordinary water will increase its pH by 1 to 2 units over 24 to 48 hours. So the tachyon energy seem to be restructuring, doing similar things in a way that the GANs does, changing that particular state that we can measure with pH. But apparently if you put electronics with big sheets of this in and over the top and around, somehow in some way it changes the state of the electronics. The electronics still work, but other things happen. And the other thing he says, that this person has a lot of spiritual interest and practice as well, from some of the old practices of Indian various places. So he uses a different modalities. He does Reiki, cranial sacral therapy, and a range of other different massage and natural healing things. As you can see, there's 2 plasma balls right in front of on this left side of the picture, and there's also a levitating magnetic ring there. Underneath it is a dynamic reactor spinning with GANs in it. Near there are some crystals, and then there's a radionics transmitter. He likes playing with all sorts of things. So coming back where I had to verify whether this meter was working and not picking up all these external fields, I got another one of these meters that he was loaned to me, took it to my place and tried to see if I could see the same effects of measuring the free plasma zone where his hand is now sitting, just in the middle of the chair, right in the middle of your solar plexus. That's the geometric center of that star formation, perfectly equal distant from each reactor and each angle all coming to pinpoint one point. And it has to be very accurate. That North Pole ray coming out of those spinning balls is like a laser beam. And if it's off by a centimeter, then you don't get the field interaction and you don't get that free plasma forming to the extent it does when it's spot on. And this is very measurable with that device in the situation we've just found. So in more recent trials, I had a Christmas party here and I had 20 odd guinea pigs from our plasma reactor group. There were big monsoon rains going on, so flooding kept a lot of people away. But 20 came along and the sun came out, and so everyone was jumping in a plasma pool, a plasma spa. The fields were everywhere. There were 5 cup units. My whole place just glows in the dark. Probably seen from space, I dare say. So I had people that would hop in my 8 reactor unit and that I was able to measure with this meter. And there were some very, very interesting outcomes. With the 8 reactor unit, I've talked about this before, it's the early model with the springs holding the motors. And if there's another field force comes up and buffets against the torus of that field, it creates enough force to push against those springs and the spinning balls will move. They'll get an oscillation up, they'll start wobbling as they're buffering away. It's like gears in the differential when they get out of mesh. They just chatter away or jam. In this case, it's field energy that's either being friction, rubbing against other ones, or blending and morphing into one when they're two, very like in the direction, the flow, and the field strength. So there's a big glowing ball of energy all around these units. The 4 reactor one here you're looking at. It's got the later reactors, and they don't have springs. They just have little rubber ball dampening balls in them. So you can't see that vibration in the same way. You can certainly feel it and hear it though when they're rubbing against each other. They get a vibration going. So back to the 8 reactor unit, and this is only last week. I had different people hopping in, and when I remembered, I'd grab the meter and go and have a bit of a check and show them, about the fields. And I discovered that some people, their body would not cause the lighting up, as you saw in this video. There was a woman particularly, and no matter where I put it near her body, it wouldn't light up, but I could go to the wooden shelf or the reactors or the power cables from the maggrav, they would all light up. But she wouldn't. But then another fella hopped in, and he, just as in the video, the light was going off everywhere, particularly as shown in this video, very strongly in the solar plexus midriff region where the free plasma zone is focused and the biggest, and obviously blending in with our auric fields and our own electric body fields and creating this massive field environment that meter was able to detect up to 6 or 7 centimeters away from the body. Now, I'd mentioned before on certain occasions that I'd hop in the unit and the ball will be wobbling that had previously never done that because it's a very balanced system that's being aligned and set up. So it got me very curious as why, and I found it would be different balls at different times with different people. There were some external effects that could be triggered by solar emissions or mainly, sort of weird weather phenomenon, or maybe even geoengineering, the HARPs and some of those sort of transmissions radar could affect and create that disturbance in the fields. But I've since also found that different people can cause this, and it will do with what might be a field condition within their bodies that's creating that disturbance and causing friction, and then causing enough force to cause a bubble, one of those spinning balls, to have enough force to push against the springs to show movement. And that could be probably, even a gram of force to create the distension I sometimes see in those springs. So it's pretty amazing that just a spinning ball of water with GANs in it, of course, can cause these physical phenomena that we can see. And now we're starting to think and find ways that we might be able to measure these. This is a device that needs to be further examined and maybe work with different other things, but and working out what the heck tachyonization is doing to matter state electronics to cause that increase in sensitivity. So something's going on there. So the wobbling ball effect with different people, I started to look into what might be the problem or the condition or what's going on with these people. The person sitting right here just had a hernia operation. And so he was absorbing an awful lot of energy into repair, and hence that energy was radiating out of his body that this meter could pick up. as it was all feeding in, and he was absorbing a lot of energy. The hernia was pulling that all in. I think Corn's got one or two other slight little problems. There was an earlier hernia, I believe. So this was showing up. He'd had the operation 3 weeks prior to this event. Another fellow who was at my place at the party, and the lights were going off with him as well, very strongly. We see it radiating out of the kneecaps particularly. Very interesting. Must be something to do with the marrow and the matter, the main nerves and everything bending at that particular point. That there's an emission point of energy. The tip of the nose, the ankles, all around the ankles, there's stronger readings there. And on the crown, we picked it up on the top of the head too. As well, of course, an awful, very strong area in the solar plexus region. Obviously, that's, I suppose, something to do with the soul that might be residing in that region. I wonder, perchance. So when we asked the other guy had he had any conditions existing or very long time ago, he said no. He's a very spiritual person. He writes a lot of spiritual type books to do with the body and therapy and different things. I can't remember exactly what it was all about. But he was, a vegan and all sorts of things like that. It turned out that as a child, he had scoliosis down on the side of his body where the ball was wobbling the most. Very interesting, that. Other people at other times have had it wobbling in different points around the 8 axes of this Merkaba. And they'll then indicate that they had also had some sort of trauma event, or the GANs in the top of both of these reactors is a double zinc. It's what I call the cup of brain, but it's a modification of the cup of life 1, where the nanocoated copper is replaced by nanocoated zinc. And that creates a very creamy GANs up the top, which Mr. Keshe described as extremely good for repairing the brain. So that causes the opening up of old trauma memory pathways, we found. That people hopping in these units would start feeling pain in certain parts of their body. And I recently written a small pamphlet which I posted on the chat here, and it's also on one of the Telegram groups. And I think Jimmy and Lisa have posted it on a couple of their websites. It's just basically explaining to newbies how to use plasma patches, how fields flow using the 3-to-1 ratios, and what sort of experiences physically you might feel with the body, the joke of feeling the fields. Well, we've found that people feel differently depending on their emotional state, what the body situation is caused that state change or triggering that state change. And sort of they'll either feel heat, warmth, pressure, tingling, jabs, sunburn feelings. Or I heard recently somebody was talking about a glass of fresh mint that was sitting next to their Cup of Life 1 and Mr. Keshe. And she asked Mr. Keshe, why did I taste the mint when I drank the Cup of Life 1 plasma water? She'd only had the glass in there, I think, about 12 hours or something to freshen up the mint, keep it fresh, not to have anything to do with changing the fields into the plasma water, but she tasted the mint. And I was thinking, well, what she was tasting and feeling was the change of state of the plasma fields entering her GANs body. And how do you experience that? Well, some people might feel exhilaration or whatever, but I think her emotional body was focused on the mint. And she was looking forward to having, I don't know, probably a cocktail or something with mint in it, and the flavour of mint. And that field state change triggered the memory of the mint, and she ended up the taste. That's just my guess. It may also be like the orange replication system, where you put the orange on top of the field replicator, and the field energy was transferred into the pure water, but that was only with the ganses on the outside. So there's a lot of questions raised by all of this. What's really going on? The zinc was, in the super zinc in my reactor units, appeared to be opening memory pathways to old trauma events or unbalanced events, and energy would flow into those regions to balance that region from the plasmatic fields. And the people would feel that transfer of energy which would excite their nervous system, and they would feel a sensation which their mind and their memories might interpret as a pain or a sunburn or a taste, or wherever that stimulation is occurring in their body. In her case, it was the mouth with the mint. But in some people's case, it was an old skating accident, 30 years ago, or a birthing trauma or an illness, scoliosis, when they were children, or a more recent injury. And the fields would feed the energy and the sensation that people would feel. And if they kept tolerating that instead of jumping straight back out, they moved past the pain period when all the nerves discharge that energy balance, and within 10 to 15 minutes, all that pain sensation would just melt away. We've also found in some cases that if a body is so imbalanced that there's a lot of energy flowing in and the body is absorbing, as you can see by the meter is coming off Corn's left shoulder. There's a reading there that the meter, I think, is showing 1 or 2 or something like that. That can't be Gauss, it'd be impossible. But it's causing enough electrical excitation within the meter that the dial is showing, that figure. So we've also found that people hop out of the unit, they then go and earth their body, ground their feet, walk around bare feet. It discharges, and the pain and everything, the problem it's gone. So, any questions?
Well, I've done a number of experiments using that same meter. In fact, I'm holding one in my hand right now. And we've showed it in the plasma group a number of years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago now, with Guy and I, showing the fields that come off of, for example, a plasma ball. See, you have 2 plasma balls there. They generate huge fields that are being absorbed by Cornelius here. And it turns out the human body is one of the best absorbers of electromagnetic fields. And we know that we act as both antennas and capacitors and resistors all in our body. In fact, if you go and touch an AM radio antenna, this finely tuned radio circuit doing the best it can, and you touch the antenna and it doubles the volume. And you go, wow, what's that all about? Well, that's because our body acts as an antenna and amplifies the signal that the radio is getting. So in the same manner, these plasma balls put out a huge field. I just fired up my plasma ball just to find out what kind of field. I could get a strong field more than 2 meters from the plasma ball. And the thing about it is it's in shells. So concentric shells. And I like to, actually, I wonder if I can annotate without.
While you're looking for that video, Rick, I had the same question, because I have seen that video of you with the detector and, moving it in and out from the plasma ball. So that's why I wanted to verify this back at my own house, where I've got none of that around me. Now, I also had a meter that I had side by side, the tachyonized one, as the same sort of meter, and just held them side by side. One tachyonized them, one just still as it is. And the tachyonized versions were substantially more sensitive than the non-thing. So the non-tachyonized wouldn't pick up any lights on the physical body at my place, where there is no plasma balls or anything like that. It's in a
Right. Well, the
special
plasma
room.
balls have relatively very strong field. Any plasma, if you have a vacuum chamber and you're playing around with creating things in a vacuum chamber, you get the same thing. It creates huge fields that go out for several meters, actually, that can be measured with this relatively crude device, which is not too bad. This is not really designed just to find wires in a wall. It's good for all kinds of electromagnetic fields. It's an electromagnetic radiation detector is what it is. So for example, if you had an old TV that was that would have a lot coming off of it, or an older computer will send the meter off, but a newer one, you hardly get anything off a newer computer. It will pick up light bulbs and that kind of thing. It goes off on that, but especially the plasma ball. The very interesting thing is that it comes in shells or layers. So there'll be a high reading, perhaps by his left ear, but the right ear might be a low reading. But you go a little closer to the plasma balls, another high reading, and then there's a low reading, and then a high one and a low one. And in the distance of 2 meters, you might have half a dozen, between 3 and 6, say, of these hills and valleys of energy shells. And it's part of the phenomena of a plasma, these double layered, they call them double layer shells. And it's quite fascinating because you can actually put your hand into one of these shells and it'll give a higher reading on your body. And if you happen to be sitting in one of the shells, you'll have a higher reading. And if you're outside in the null area in between the waves, then you'll get a lower reading. Now, the human body is so good at absorbing radiation that there's a recent scientific paper about testing the 5G frequencies for broadcast. And they're having trouble trying to measure the strength of the 5G from the towers, because it's not just from towers, there's local towers and more of them, and they try to cross-link and zero in on where they need to transmit to and so on. So there's a lot of directed waves and reflected waves and so on. And it's very hard for these authorities to take readings just anywhere in a room or in an alley or in a different areas where they want to take to make sure the signal is going to be correct for the not too high and not too low for the 5G devices, which are all over inside of buildings. So it's very important that they have good coverage and so on. So they had so much trouble trying to measure the waves because it just doesn't work that way. They get all kind of deflected. So what they determined was the best way to measure was to actually measure the humans, because the humans absorb the 5G so well that it actually gives a response, and that they can measure that response, and it's way easier and more accurate than using their instruments to measure the airspace or the room space or whatever. So, and what they've determined in this scientific paper, I've noted this a few months ago, I just happened to run across it. I could find it, but it's taken me some time. The way they measured the 5G radiation to tell the exact strength of the radiation was to measure the humans. And the way they measured them was to measure their body temperature. And what they suggested in this paper, the best way to do that was to measure the forehead temperature of the human subjects. And that way they could tell whether the 5G was heating up the skin. It's not like many degrees or anything, but it's there's a certain gradient that they know, and they know how to measure. They can actually measure the 5G strength by the skin temperature of the human forehead. So this is what they're recommending in this paper as the most accurate way to measure the 5G waves in a real world situation. They can measure them in the lab in certain circumstances, but out in the real world, they had real trouble without the humans to measure. So that's how much we absorb radiation. And I mean, there's lots of people that you hear stories that they're able to tune in radio station with their teeth. They've had a certain filling or whatever, and all the combinations are there to basically create a crystal radio inside their mouth. And we certainly have all the components of a crystal radio inside of ourselves, including we're a great antenna, we have capacitor function, we have resistors, and we've got all the components built inside of us just for regular old matter level AM radio, let alone the finer abilities we might be able to conjure up inside of ourselves with tuning into higher dimensions and people on the other side of the planet in real time and so on. So anyway, these meters they're very interesting, and they work quite well. And this meter will go up to, with that plasma ball, one that I have, the meter can actually max out. I think it maxes out at 2,000, but it easily goes up to 14 or 1,500. And then it'll go down to about 200 and then up to 1,500 again, according to how far away you are from these plasma balls. I know there's, 2 plasma balls, and plus we got 4 plug-in transformers. They also put out a pretty good signal in that power bar there.
The big ring magnet right there.
Oh, is that what that is? Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a floating globe thing. Yeah, I did a test where we had the health unit turned off, so it wasn't spinning, and we mapped out that area with the meter, so I could see where these fields were. And he shows it a bit as he moves up, that he picks it up about a foot or so away from that setup right there. But that's why I wanted to verify it at my house, where I've got none of this gadget anywhere near the unit, and I was getting the same effects. But
yeah, well, you still got
I was able to verify. Yeah,
you still have rotating motors, right? And if you got rotating motors, then that gets picked up. They put out quite an electromagnetic field as well, especially brush motors more than the brushless one. Well, the brushless ones too, because they have a high frequency circuit that they use to deliver that energy. So yeah, it's a tricky thing, but yeah, you can eliminate the variables and kind of get a reading on it, and you can definitely see where I mean, even the existing fields that come off from, whether it's a motor or even the rotating plastic balls themselves, they put out a field as well. I determined that I was able to rotate one of the balls without a motor, and it was putting out a pretty good signal of its own, an alternating kind of signal, or every time it rotated, it would have a definite signal, and different ganses would have different signals as well. It'd be good to get into that in more detail, but you'd have to have a setup that doesn't have the influences around, like, some of the things that we see here and so on, just the balls rotating and without a motor, ideally, to isolate the rotating GANs as opposed to the influence of the rotating magnetic field of the motor, which could be influencing, and maybe in a beneficial way, the rotating GANs at the same time, because to put them in a rotating magnetic field seems to be one of the correct ways to play with that combination. They should be in some sort of constant or rotating magnetic field, or I'm thinking, I had a flash today of a combination of two different magnetic fields, or magnetic and electric fields should be around the rotating reactor of GANSs to basically activate it.
And there's also the Victor Schauberger effect of the rotating water creates an electric field as well.
Yes, yes. That might be part of what I pick up with. Like, I've used the little crystal radio setup that I've shown before, and it acts very much like this electromagnetic radiation detector that you have, except that mine's hooked up to audio on the computer, so you can hear the fields in a way. Well, not in a way, you can definitely hear them. You can hear the gaps between the fields and the electric motors, the different sounds of different motors and that kind of thing. So between the two of them, with the electromagnetic radiation detector, it's a DT1130 is the one that I have. I don't know, not sure if yours is the same or not. I couldn't see a close-up there of it. It's the actual number. Looks like a DT something. It's pretty much the standard Chinese model that's cheap, but it works quite well, actually. Yeah, I wanted to mention also about, you were talking about the wood, and sometimes wood will pick up on these charges or on these electromagnetic fields much more than you would think it would.
Well, you can see there's a cable running to the reactor, so that's coming from the power units, and the little power units are plugged into a magro, both here and also at my home here. So that meter will detect anywhere along that plank a field effect.
Well, that's where it will detect wires as well, but the wires will end up putting out a field, but it gets picked up by the wood, and I think it must be the moisture in the wood, or just the nature of wood that it tends to.
It'd be the cellulose. It'd be the hydrogens on the cellulose.
Possibly, yeah. In any case,
those fibers are like cellulose tubes. They're like glass fibers running up and down the direction of the wood grain.
And they're in sort of a vacuum condition, which is sets up that plasmatic possibility.
Yeah.
Makes things much more alive. In a vacuum, the more the vacuum is, the more alive things get to a certain point, and then when there's no more particles left in the vacuum, then you can't see the interactions. It's still lively because that's when all the fields show up. It's like matter excludes a lot of these fields. Like, if right there, when you're detecting, essentially the whole room is full of fields, but we detect off of ourselves because we absorb the fields, therefore we radiate the fields back in a more intense way than the air does, for example. But it's actually, the fields are basically everywhere the matter isn't, in a way. The matter excludes the fields or absorbs the fields, but it also is usually like it's a skin absorption more than the whole body absorbing the fields. And that's why, for example, with 5G, will actually heat up the surface of the skin. Doesn't do deep heating, not even like infrared, but it does a superficial skin heating. will penetrate as well a bit, but if you look into that. And so, yeah, different materials, metals. For example, I was just testing my plasma ball here with that meter, and I have a what do you call it, a file case, a file cabinet, about 2 meters away from the plasma ball. And I put the meter on the file cabinet, and it just went crazy. The whole file cabinet is just totally alive with absorbing the fields, which I've seen this before, and I think that was even in the earlier video from years ago. Maybe it's time to revisit some of that. I wouldn't be able to find that video, but maybe we can recreate the experiment sometime here. Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon. This, we think of radio waves just kind of passing through everything, but it actually gets absorbed by water bodies and our bodies, especially salt water. In fact, you can make an antenna out of a stream of salt water out of a hose. They've done it in the US Navy. They can make an antenna by squirting a stream of salt water off the side of the boat and putting an electrical wire into the stream as it's streaming off the side of the boat. They can create a long antenna and to be able to receive or transmit on that stream of water, because of the length makes the tuning of the antenna easy. So
yes,
yeah.
the whole process of the experiment was to show these increased sensitivity of these meters, and substantially increased. The non-tachyonized one didn't blip anywhere where this one is showing a red light in that center. I had to put the non-tachyonized one within 2 centimeters of a spinning ball, 5 centimeters, before it would pick up a field effect, that light would go on. And
how far from a plasma ball, from these plasma balls?
Plasma ball, about a foot.
Okay, well, mine goes off from, like, let me just quickly try it here and see.
But with the
I've got a light at about 2 meters. Still a good light flashing off and on it.
Yeah, I would definitely bet that all of that in front of us would be affecting that light, and that's why I replicated it at my place where none of those fields were. And with the tachyonized meter, I was still able to get the meter to light up in the center of the geometric structure. Not always by itself, but when there was somebody sitting in there to absorb the fields, then they
yeah, that's when you get the highest readings, basically. I'd be interested to know what you mean, what's meant by tachyonized. What's that process? How was that done? Can you find out more about that?
Yeah, I just explained it before. Try it yourself. Have you got access to any sheets of silica like they use in microchip manufacture? You can buy it off the web, I believe, but
yeah,
they throw out their scrap pieces from chip manufacturers, which could be lumps as big as an inch or so square. And so he just got a whole lot of this, and it was all broken up into little bits and sizes and flakes. Some, 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 an inch square. Others, a couple of inches square. For the metric people, for 2 to 4 centimeters. So we put them on a laminated sheet, lay out a pattern, then laminate it between plastic. And then he says that acts like a collector for tachyon energy with the silica, and that then gets radiated back into, in the case there was electronics, and it somehow changes the state of the electronics. It increases the pH of water.
You're saying you put it inside the case of the device?
No, you just lay the device on top. or underneath a sheet. I'm experimenting now with my very own meter. He gave me some silica and I made a sheet. Cornelius got 2 sheets, so he's going to experiment with it as well. And he'd given us this stuff years ago in the group, and I just dismissed it. I didn't really experiment with it. But when you see something physical like an electric meter suddenly being 1,000 times more sensitive than it was before, that's and the pH of water changing and things like that, then that's worth looking into. So I'll find out more about it. But just Google tachyon and see where people are using it in devices. It might have something to do with radionics as well. Now, the other thing I didn't mention is he was experimenting, and he put a radionic system in the chair with his body signature somehow associated with it, and allegedly transmitted the plasma energy to his body when he was off location. Now, I want to find out a lot more about that, but that's transmitting the fields. That's sort of that's communication, plasma communication. That's all sorts of things. So I don't know much about radionics, but we have to look into both of those areas and see where they can merge or connect or work with plasma science. But of course, as Mr. Keshe says, once you get your souls sorted, you don't need any of these gadgets. You can do it all with yourself and your soul.
Well, that's the thing about it too, is that we get into. A lot of people ask, how do we measure the fields? You talk about feeling these fields and so on. What device can we use to measure? Well, it's fine to have a device like this, but it is an electromagnetic radiation detector, field detector. It's not necessarily the same as the biomagnetic or the fields that we might feel and emit as humans. It may not be able to detect your telepathy powers, for example, or your psychic powers, or your ability to communicate with animals, or the connection you had with the entire universe. This kind of device would just sit there and go, it wouldn't even beep, it wouldn't even blip for those kinds of experiences. The most profound experiences, perhaps, that humans could possibly experience would not necessarily be picked up by these instruments, but they might be picked up by the instruments of other humans that were nearby, that were sensitive to the emotional content that was being investigated there and so on. So our bodies are indeed the best detector, and not just for radio waves and that kind of thing, but for detecting the finer fields, the fields of a mother who knows what's going on with their offspring on the other side of the world, and they're worried because they know something happened and something's wrong, and they're not sure what it is, and they call up, and sure enough, there's something that happened, and they needed to know about it, and that kind of thing. Sometimes intuition or psychic abilities.
Yeah, at this point, we've found that some members in that group, and most of the time it's women, but there are a few guys, they're the most sensitive instruments we could possibly get for working with determining the fields. They can feel the flow, they can feel the direction of rotation, they can also feel the friction against fields, which can make them feel quite nauseous. I've had that feeling. You got a clockwise and an anti-clockwise, or 2 clockwise the wrong way, and you get in that wrong spot, you get very, very nauseous very quickly.
Yes, that's why people creating various chambers and healing modalities have to be very, very careful of the effects that they're doing. And that's why Mr. Keshe is not really in favor of people showing their various healing chambers and that kind of thing. At one point, there a lot of people are making various devices with tubes and rotating reactors and that kind of thing, things that people would lie in or sit on and around and so on. But he kind of poo-pooed that in a way because he could see that there could be room for abuse if people weren't totally knowledgeable about what they're doing. And like you're saying, some people might feel pain, and that might be okay. Maybe it's not okay. And what if they don't go through the whole process where they come through the other end and don't feel the pain and decide to stop partway through? What happens then? And so on and so forth. There's a lot of ifs and ands and buts and about all that. It's kind of, even if you're the best, say, the best doctor in a certain field, you may not have the plasma technology. On the other hand, someone may be a really good plasma technology person, but not have the medical training to know when certain symptoms or certain things, might be important to watch for or to test for and that kind of thing. We're in a strange in-between world right now where there's a cross-meshing of the different modalities, and it's pushing the regular medical profession to question or to extend their knowledge into areas that they were hesitant to get into before. But now there's actual scientific backup for many of these things, showing the efficiency of how just working with everything from positive thoughts to making affirmative wishes and these kind of things can actually change the outcome of people's medical situation. So yet on the other hand, the medical profession doesn't accept prayer healing and that kind of thing. And the same with YouTube, they have a specific no clause about healing the COVID from prayers, for example. They figure it is not accepted by the medical profession, so therefore YouTube for some reason can't accept that kind of idea either. So anyway, it's interesting, the crossover I think that's happening now. We're getting, there's lots of medical and scientific knowledge available to people that are working with radionics or other modalities that are kind of out there and more working with fields than working with the matter level in a way. Like in radionics, you might have a dial that you can twist and turn around, but it's not actually hooked up to anything. So it gives you something to tweak, but it's actually inside yourself that you're tweaking, not the device as such. And that puts a whole different light on things.
Are these detectors able to pick up the energies within a smoke detector?
Give you that answer in 30 seconds.
The energies of the soul, though, are at a much different level. Mr. Keshe said if the radars cannot pick up the souls leaving and coming to the planet. So it's a different energy or takes more sensitivity or in a different range.
Well, it was doing a bit of beeping around it, but I think that in my case, at least, it's a plug-in type device, so it's probably picking up on the electrical wiring more than anything else. The radiation detectors, or sorry, the smoke detectors have a small bit of radioactive material inside of them. Is that what you were getting at, I think, Mark?
Yes.
Correct?
Yep. Yep.
But that'll be well protected inside of its little container, so it doesn't squirt out into the environment as such. It just works inside of the device where the air is taken in through a tiny little hole and that kind of thing. So I don't think I was picking up on that radiation, but interesting idea. If you took it apart and the mercurium was just sitting there in the raw as such, I'm sure that this meter would pick it up quite well. Any other comments or questions about that stuff? I highly recommend people get one of these meters. I'm just looking on Amazon. It's actually, well, it would be in close to $40 with shipping in Canadian. You could probably get cheaper ones though. This is kind of it's in Amazon. So it measures, basically it's in microwatts per square centimeter. The low frequency is in volts per meter. High frequency is in microwatts per square centimeter. Didn't know it had a two-range thing on it. It measures from low frequency, 5 hertz to 400 kilohertz, and high frequency from 30 megahertz to 2 gigahertz. There you go. We learned something new on Amazon.
It doesn't tell you what energy you're measuring. If a microwave was leaking energy, would you be able to detect it with this?
Yeah, I believe so. All right, I'll go test. I'll be back in a minute. Microwave. Here we go. Today. Woo.
Yeah, I was thinking, is it just picking up the motor or the wires? I don't know if you can hear us, Rick.
Yeah, it was picking up not from the door or anywhere around the door, but from the actual control panel where you set the time and so on. A bunch of electronics there. It was pushing the meter close to its limit. That's probably the worst part of the microwave is the electronics just putting out a field, not the actual microwaves. They pretty much got them so they don't leak nowadays. In the old days when they were first experimenting and the doors weren't quite good and the windows and so on, they were quite leaky and would tend to put out some microwave. So I think I'll put that link in the chat for the meter just so that the people have a reference of, like we're saying, it's not the be all end all for sensing the fields. In a way, it can be almost a distraction, you could say. But on the other hand, it can also be useful to let you know what fields are there so that you're aware of them. Think of all the fields that are around us all the time that we're not aware of. You know, have you thought about the 1,000 radio stations that are available in any particular location on planet Earth, if you so choose to tune into them? So the waves are always there. It's just a matter of tuning into them, which is actually the way the whole universe works, right? The higher dimensions are there. We just have to tune into them. Want to go to planet Zeus? The ability to do that is available in any moment if we were able to tune into it. We can go to the sun at any moment we wish just by closing our eyes and thinking about placing ourselves on the surface of the sun. Now, boom, and then we're there, at least in our visualizing in our minds, and that's more than half the battle right there. It could be that that is actually being there in a way.
Rudolf Steiner wrote a book 120 odd years ago, How to Know Higher Worlds.
Yep, that was in vogue back then in a way. And I mean, the shamans and priests have known about higher worlds from millennia ago. It's our modern culture, modern society that's lost it more than the ancients. And in a way, it's been almost bred out of us as humans, and especially when we live in a city and so on, to ignore, for example, the idea that our relatives can be alive in some other dimension and that we might be able to contact them. And we would call it, in North America, we would say, oh, that's ghosts. And, you know, if you talk to ghosts, then there's probably something wrong with you. Or if you're seeing ghosts, then usually there's drugs that we can give you to make sure that you don't do that again. But in the Aboriginal culture in Canada, for example, or in all the Aboriginal cultures, the actual language was alive and had descriptions for that aliveness of the ancient relatives, and the past was alive in the present. You could contact and interact with those entities in live real time, and they had the language to describe it. It was built into their language. That's why the white man came along and took away their language. That's the first thing they did, was put them in school system, take away their language, and if they were to utter their language, they would be disciplined immediately. And by doing that, that removed that connection, that spiritual connection that the Aboriginals have through their language with the immediacy of those entities that they can communicate with, of their, dead grandfather or whatever, great-great-great-grandfather, different ones that are part of who they know they can get help from and communicate with on another dimension. But when that got bred out, that led to all kinds of problems in their society, because they would once you lose your direct spiritual connection to what's in your face right there in the moment, then you're once removed. You're then once another step away from the source, basically. And if you get too far from the source, you forget who you are. If you forget who you are, you might do excessive drugs and alcohol and other things that someone that's connected to their spiritual self might not tend to want to do. To hurt others, for example, would not make sense if you knew that others were you as well, and we're all one being. And of course, you wouldn't want to hurt others. But if you thought that you were separate from others and were convinced through or an Aboriginal, but convinced through the white man's language that just the way the words were put and the context and the whole topics and everything else excluded that world, and deliberately excluded that world, because that's where people's personal power comes from. And that's not something, personal empowerment was not something that the white people were trying to do with the native populations 100 years ago or so. So anyway, that's it's very interesting. I've seen a video with interview of the elder shaman talking about the language and actually describing and showing on a piece of paper how the language works and how it's written and how they start writing the language at the center of the page, because that's where the source is, and that's where the source of their language comes from. So they start at the center and write around that. Anyway, interesting. Excuse me while I turn off my microwave that's been beeping in the background, along with the radiation detector. Okay, what else do we have here, ladies and gentlemen? Anything to present or show for today? Or any questions or comments here?
Well, Mr. Keshe has hidden a lot of secrets in various places, in riverbeds, maybe under monoliths, in the patents. I listened to I'm not sure which one, but anyway, in much of the archives that he has, wherever he has them, there's plenty of secrets. But also, and I'm not sure where I heard him say this, it might have been in the North American Corona team, but there was a secret hidden in your workshop recently, Rick. And that was the one before the 258, when he came into the Reactor group. And he said something like, if you're just listening to it, you won't pick up on it. It'll just go right by you. So if we ever want to do a hunt for a secret, there's at least one in there. I think that was on 12/9.
Okay, well, that's an idea. I'm not sure how we'd go about that other than playing it back, but and I remember.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I listened in the 358 and 9 workshop, but I didn't hear him say it there. So it might be in the Corona team the following Sunday. But it's in your workshop. There's something hidden in there.
Yeah, what was that about? What was the topic again? Do you remember?
Well, it's on the food. It's on the feeding.
Green tea. Little bit of salt when it's prepared the tea.
Yeah, that was probably it. Dan. Is what?
The green tea.
the green tea, right? For preparation of the green tea, which is the nano, making it into nano and creating basically a GANs of it, I guess. But the salt. Tell us more, Dan. What do you remember about that? Since you remembered that, of course, you must know some more details.
Yes, I have a little bit of noise, but I mute when it's too much. And it's about when I explained, but regarding the how the people of China is able to drinking only the water for months and have the possibility to nourish feeding with gas plasma water.
Okay. And how did the tea with salt? How did you see that as a factor? Why is that important?
Regarding the nano coating leaf of tea and a little bit of salt inside when you prepare the hot water.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think that'll produce? Does that produce a GANs, or what is the idea?
I think it potentizes it somehow. You could do that with coffee as well.
Right. You mentioned that with coffee before, and how if you want to wake up and you're having a hard time, and add a little salt to the coffee, and that'll really zap it up.
I thought the green tea was in context of how much the Chinese eat, but yet they're slim as a rail because of the green tea. Because that's what they drink all day.
Mm-hmm. You said they eat the same thing in breakfast, noon, and night, basically.
But a lot of food, a lot of calories, I guess.
Yeah, it seemed like that. 3 basic sort of full meals or that kind of thing.
But I don't know if the salt was the secret. I'm not sure. I haven't listened to it again either. So, but I just thought it would be an idea if we were on the hunt for secrets.
Well, it's a treasure hunt's more fun than not. So why not, in a way? Anybody else have any data on that? Any memories or input on salt with the tea? Maybe salt with the coffee will be a hint for that. Coffee must be essentially the same situation, a nano material bean gets crushed up and hot water on it. What does salt do in that situation?
The other good interview I just listened to was that 1111 radio, I guess in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw Marco from years ago. He was there doing some translating.
Really?
Yeah. If it's the same Marco, he looks older and he has facial hair, but it looked like it was him from years ago. And I think he said he'd been there for quite a long time. That was a very interesting interview, although it kept stopping for the first 45 minutes. It kept stopping every 2 or 3 minutes. I don't know why. I had to keep restarting the video, and then about halfway in, it played through.
Now, is that the one, not the one
With
from today, but from
Stefania.
last week?
yesterday, I think. That was 1111 radio, as I understand it. And Mr. Keshe went through quite a number of things.
That was a previous one. There's going to be another one with the interview with Mr. Keshe on tomorrow. That's Wednesday.
Correct.
At 7 p.m. Central European time, I believe.
But he went through quite a few different developments and different things. It was a beautiful overview, as well as some specifics. I never realized that the Chinese government had asked Mr. Keshe, I guess formally, to look into the coronavirus and how he could help them because of his work with the African swine flu and the success there, which is basically the same virus or something very similar, he said. And that's when he came with the 1 cup, 1 life as a gift to China and humanity. Another interesting point was that, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, if someone has that link for Radio Vision 11.11, they could post it in the chat, would be good. I don't have that link. I've got the other one. Well, I've got the link for the radio station, but I don't have the link for that specific interview. I don't think. Yeah. It's in Facebook, I believe. Maybe it's under their group. Must be under their group setting. Go ahead there, Mark.
Yeah, no, another interesting point was the fact that the Chinese government was interested in the ability of the technology to divert typhoons, huge rain energy packages, let's say. And there was some interest there, and the working on the weight reduction in the lab that's going on now, very phenomenal. In just a day or hours, they were reducing something by kilos. Tremendous interview. I would encourage everyone to listen to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it on their website, and it's not coming up offhand here. On the the Facebook site for the radio station. So if we can come up with that direct link, that would be best. I know it was in the chat for the One Nation, One Planet. It was one of the multiple links.
I posted in chat from YouTube.
Ah,
thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. Well done. You're getting pretty good with the links there.
I need to get started with them.
It's a matter of rounding them up, and it's kind of like you got to play cowboy and have a corral. Dan's good at corralling them and remembering which pony goes with what saddle and all that kind of thing. Whereas some of us, my ponies are all over the place. It's hard to get them all rounded up.
Mine too. It's like trying to collect frogs in a wheelbarrow or something. I get on the computer. Sometimes I'm like a deer in the headlights.
Yep. Okay. More questions, comments? Let me put that link into the other live streaming areas here. All right, thank you for that. What else do we want to go on to here? Let's go back to sharing the window. Thank you, Neil, for that video with the detector and so on. That was quite interesting. stimulated some good conversation. And it's a good area for people to play with.
My pleasure. Merry Christmas to all those that follow that holiday practice.
Yes, indeed. And even better, we have the start of the new winter season, and that means the days are getting longer. I can feel it already, even though it's only several seconds for the first few days, but it's made a huge difference for me. I always dread the days up until the 21st of December. It's not Christmas. Christmas is great because it's supposed to be the coming of the light. It's when the light is born, basically, and that's about 3 days after the solstice, where the shortest day occurs. Then it's uphill. It's all downhill from there, and it's all days getting longer. Of course, that's on this side of the planet, being the north side of the planet. On the south side of the planet, everything's backwards, upside down, reversed. I suppose you could tell us about that, Neil.
Yes, we've just had a return to normality in the weather system after the years previous of apparently drying out the subwet tropics with geoengineering. Anyway, we've had a monsoonal rains for the first time in years and years and years. 4 days of rain, minor flooding here, there, and everywhere. And after all these 4 days of rain, with the waters and in the northern tropics up this region, we had our Christmas party, and it stopped raining. The sun came out. It was 32 degrees Celsius, steamy as a Amazon jungle. But everyone had a great time. All these old ducks were jumping into the plasma-fired swimming pool and cavorting like teenagers. So, yeah, it certainly is the summer season here, and we've still got the main heat to come for the next 3 months, actually.
So you're starting, let me see, how's it go? You're at the longest day. You just had the longest day, and you're starting to get shorter. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the longest day, but it still seems like it's long for the next several months.
Right.
More likely have a lot more flooding coming. I believe it's an El Nino, isn't it? The wet one, and La Nina is the dry one. I sometimes mix them around.
Yeah, I can't quite remember which one's which there. Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
we're getting the wet one, and I dare say you guys are going to have some pretty extreme weather in the northern hemisphere as well.
Well, it was kind of funny. The very first day of winter, the 21st, yesterday, or day before, actually, depending on how you look at it. We got snow here in this area I'm in. We only usually get snow maybe once or twice a year. It's quite mild for Canada. It's the mildest place in Canada. And we got actual snow on that first day. I couldn't believe it. It was still snow out in the front lawn here. It stayed for 2 days here. So that was kind of a little bit of an eye-opener, and took everyone by surprise. And maybe that is a precursor of something about the change of seasons. And we do know a lot of things lined up on the 21st. We had the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter, and there's a bunch of solar activity going on, and some say there's fields coming in from space, and maybe even aliens from space.
The Australian Aborigines had a big corroboree special meeting at Uluru, the centre of Australia, to open up the Rainbow Bridge for these energies coming in to activate Gaia and our awakening ascensions. So there's a big, apparently there are millions of people online on these meditations that were going around globally. So all the indigenous cultures were represented, I believe, at Uluru. So the Hopi and Cherokee nations, and I believe a whole range of people were partaking in this global event.
Right, and there's even a bigger conjunction coming right on 3/21/21, Mr. Keshe said, where other things are lined up from the unicos to the universes to the solar system, I think. Maybe not things we can see. But this was an important timing point. And this just may be a little precursor to it. This conjuncture, like you said, Rick, happening on the winter solstice has a meaning apparently in astrology or astronomy or people who use these things to sort of
it's the coming of the age of Aquarius, or the beginning.
I'm not an astrologer.
I thought we did that in the 70s already, but I think this is the actual indicator or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, but something about moving out of Pisces or something and then moving into something else.
Well, we'll leave that up to the astrologers, I guess. I wanted to show video of Johnny's, who sent it to me. And maybe he can explain a little bit about it. And it just shows, he's talked about his double loop sun apparatus. We talked about that, I think, in the last plasma group. Anyway, I played the video here. And you can see it rotating. Then it seems to stop to rotate and rotates in the other direction.
Is that a plasma warming device?
Well, in a way, he puts these inside of his greenhouse, for example. And if I could show that picture, the pictures aren't coming through for some reason. So, Gianni, can you tell us something about this? Are you available? And he may need some help from Dan or somebody who can do Romanian or Spanish.
I will try, but I have a lot of noise.
Yeah,
I don't hear anything.
With enough aspirin, you can possibly not hear anything. Okay, well, we can give it a try if Johnny is available to even speak about this right now. But he has spoken quite a bit in the last couple of workshops, I think. And maybe it was in the One Nation. I can't quite remember which workshop it was. So in any case, we have a back and forth rotation of this ring, which I don't know if it just continues doing that all day, or whether once it's set in motion, it runs for a while and runs out, or what. In any case, it's the fields in motion, fields of the GANs in motion. And you could see how, even air currents or other fields could affect this and keep it going one way or another.
And as you wind that string, it's going to want to unwind and release its energy, isn't it?
Well, that's why I wonder if it's wound. I mean, it could be winding and unwinding, just going around one way and then the other way, possibly. Or if you, I've actually wound up a GANs ball. I wonder if I've got that demo. And it's kind of a cool way to get a reactor rotating. See if I can find that video while I'm dealing with it.
And one, just as a filler here,
In the
last
testimonial,
Yep.
You have.
That's where Johnny had his.
Yes, because I translate for us.
Okay.
just was going to say that last week I just took an oven cleaner pressurized spray, and used that to do some cold nano coating, and it seemed to work. So just nothing new, but maybe a more convenient way. And the reason I thought of that was because in the Philippines originally, Mr. Keshe couldn't get a hold of sodium hydroxide, so they used a grill cleaner. So I thought, this is rather convenient. Just spray some of the, even though it had a lemon scent to it, spray some of the oven cleaner in a bag and put a piece of metal that you want to nano coat. It's rather convenient and looks pretty similar to the other cold caustic with the sodium hydroxide, which is probably exactly what it is.
Hi, Rick. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Johnny.
Dan Baliș. Rick caută video. Să pună video, că pot să le pun acum.
John is saying, don't search the video because I can put in right now. But in that time, it's already translated. What should Johnny asking if it's able to put in now the video.
He can put in the video and talk about it or something. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, he's got some other pictures I'm trying to bring up, but I'm having some difficulty getting the pictures to come through for some reason on Messenger.
it's more easy to put in the piece of video from testimonial, or you want to only the picture.
Well, I wanted to. He sent me some new pictures and these videos, and I just played the one video, but I can't show the pictures because they won't come through properly for me here. I'm just trying to deal with that now. But he's looking for the video. Is that the way I understand it? He's going to play a video.
Thought he said you didn't have to locate the video because he's here to do it live.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we'll wait a bit here and see what Johnny comes up with. Just bear with us a minute in live stream. We're just getting some video set up from Johnny. Just take a minute to get things to come through here, I'm sure. Maybe Johnny meant sometime a bit later.
I think he's just waiting for your signal to start.
Well, he's welcome to start any time. Go ahead, Johnny. Can you communicate, Dan? Maybe I have to do something. Maybe I have to do something here. Hang on a sec.
Gianni's here.
Probably have to allow to start video. Maybe that's what I have to do. I'll see if I can do something special here. Ask to start video. See if that works.
The problem is not able. I'm not able. Only the sound I can translate. I don't see the video because I work with the hand, with a man. When I listen, I can translate. It's difficult to see the video in the same time working. This is the problem. For this reason, I'm saying.
Okay, John, ¿estás?
Maybe John can do it. Is that what he's saying? Looks like John's not here anymore. Well, there he is. Yeah, John Wells, can you?
Maybe later, Rick.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what's going to happen here. I guess we have.
If Johnny is able to speaking, I can translate, but I don't can't translate in the video when I see the video because I don't see the video.
Okay, well, we could try that. So, Johnny, can you open your video? Or would you like to go ahead? Dan will try to translate.
Yes. The translation. Okay.
Hello everyone, I'm Flavio and I will translate for Johnny.
Oh, thank you.
Ok, acesta este video.
Okay, this is the video.
Aici el este montat, în cameră nu este încălzire, ca să fie curenți de aer calzi.
Here it is mounted. In the room you have no heating, so no air is heated to move in the room.
Nu sunt curenți de aer.
There are no airflow movement in the room.
Ok. Și al doilea.
And the second one.
Este ceea ce spuneam și în testimoniale.
This is what I've been saying in the testimonials.
Acești sori plasmatici,
those plasmatic suns,
interacționează cu tot ceea ce este în jur,
interact with everything that is around them,
dar în special cu ființele umane.
but in particularly with human beings.
Am observat acest lucru la toți sorii pe care i-am montat.
I've noticed this this works for every sun that I've mounted.
Și sunt cam în jur de 30.
And they are around 30.
Și cel mai spectaculos este într-un dom la înălțimea de 4 metri.
And the most spectacular is in a geodesic dome at 4 meters high.
Unde, în funcție de cei care intră în încăpere, soarele se poziționează într-un anumit fel.
Where, depending on the person that enters it, the sun positions himself in a certain way.
Încerc să pun și câteva foto cu ceilalți sori, să-și vedem.
I will try to share a couple of photos with the other suns so we can see them.
Ok, aici este pe o terasă.
Here is in a porch.
Nu, scuzați, este în solar.
In a green garden.
Aici este într-un dom pentru agricultură.
Here is in a dome for agriculture. The same.
Înălțimea la care este pus aproximativ 4 metri.
The height that he is placed is around 4 meters.
Aici am explicat cum sunt puși,
Here
adică cum sunt făcuți.
here I've explained the process of making them.
Aici pregătire pentru a-i monta în domuri.
Here is the finished product before hanging them in the domes.
Plantele în orice zonă sunt pus sorii, sunt atrase de câmpurile respective.
Every plant in the room will be attracted by the field.
Și rezultatele obținute în domurile plasmatizate și unde am montat acest sori sunt, nu am un termen de comparație pentru că nu s-a realizat așa ceva până acum.
The results that we have received were immeasurable because we never seen something like this.
Mai ales
because it was every room, every green garden was plasmatized and nano-treated before hanging them.
În imaginile astea cred că se vede mai mult decât putem spune.
In those images, I think we can see more than we can say.
Aici, în această imagine, este un soare care este în asociere, să spunem așa, un soare care și un panou fotovoltaic, un panou radiant.
Here, the sun is mounted in an apartment, and if you see behind it is it's a panel that radiates infrared heat that hits the room.
Doar de la montarea acestui soare și pulverizarea pereților,
just for the
montarea soarelui și pulverizarea pereților cu nanomateriale, cu plasmă,
just mounting the sun and pulverizing plasma on the walls,
consumul s-a redus undeva la 60%.
The energy required in the building was reduced by 60%.
Dar în special cum se simte Lavinia și Adora, pentru că e vorba despre
but especially the persons that have them in their apartment, that means my sister and my niece, Lavinia and Adora,
face ca detaliile vis-a-vis de reducerea consumului să fie neimportante.
How those persons feel makes the economy results feel irrelevant.
E adevărat că intenția cu care a fost creat acest soare,
it's true that the intention which this sun was built
a fost să participe la crearea unui mediu echilibrat.
Was to participate for a balanced environment in the home.
De fapt, este și intenția cu care facem toate lucrurile.
And actually, this is the intention that we do all those things. Everything that we do is to bring balance.
Aici este cel din laborator pe care îl știți.
Here is the one from the lab that you know of.
Și aici au fost primele experimente unde cu fereastra închisă, ușa închisă, deci totul închis, persoanele statice, adică așezate.
And here was the beginning where with the window closed, with the door closed, the persons that sat in the lab.
Am văzut că soarele se mișcă, se poziționează.
I saw that the sun moves, he positions himself.
Și mai ales participând la ceea ce se numește, am numit o căldură plasmatică.
And because it interacts with what we know as plasmatic heating,
am observat că putem să comunicăm cu ceea ce facem.
we noticed that we can communicate with what we are doing.
Și făcând-o pentru echilibru, pentru un mediu fain.
And because we are doing it for balance, for a nice environment, a place where you can just feel relaxed and good,
Funcționează.
it works.
Am făcut mai multe tipuri de sori, adică cu diferite tipuri de gansuri.
We made different types of suns with different GANS materials.
Și cel pe care l-ați văzut în prima imagine care se rotește este făcut din Ocup o viață.
And the one that you saw in the first video was made with GANS materials from One Cup, One Life.
Și interacționează cu Ocup o viață care este în acea încăpere.
And it interacts with the One Cup, One Life that is in that room.
Aici soarele a fost montat de Jetta.
Here the sun from the first video was mounted by Jetta.
Împreună cu Moriko, acasă la Moriko.
With Moriko at her home.
Și vom reveni cu date pentru că a avut ceva probleme de sănătate.
And we will be back with more results because Moriko had some medical issues.
Și a decis să utilizeze doar plasma pentru regenerare.
And she decided to use just plasma to recover.
Și deja sunt rezultate faine.
And we already have good results.
Ok, cam atâta despre sori.
Okay, so that is it about the suns.
Mai am un video în care arătăm cum se purifică apa folosind plasma.
I have another video that we show how to purify the water using plasma.
Și dacă sunteți de acord, îl pun și pe acesta, este scurt.
And if you are all agree with, we can share it just as well. It's a short video.
Sure, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Ok.
Salutare tuturor! Astăzi facem un lucru filmuleț.
Reluăm ca să poată să facă traducerea.
Hello everybody. Today I will show you how to purify the water. As you see in this, I don't know, in this recipient with water, you can see the plants. 500 liters. We take a sample of water. We have the CO2 and XenO gas. You can see we have a clear water. I will mix everything that is behind so you can see. I think you can see the plants nicely. Plants that we have in the garden. In the recipient at the bottom, you have small bottles with gas, CO2 and Xeno. I feel them when I move them. So you can see what is actually in the water, and after a couple of days, the water is clear, just with the few bottles of gas. Exactly as as Mr. Keshe said,
cum a spus că putem să purificăm apa, dar întotdeauna să folosim de la jumătate în sus.
As Mr. Keshe said, we can purify the water, but always you use just from half above. It's clear. Fresh and clear. We will let it settle and we will show you what has been collected at the bottom.
Aici mai pot adăuga că am umplut vasul.
Here I can add that I filled the recipient.
Am lăsat să se decanteze.
I left it to settle.
Și după aproximativ o oră,
and after about an hour,
am gustat apa de deasupra.
I tasted the water from above.
Și la fel apă pură.
And just the same clear water.
Acest aspect nu l-am mai întâlnit în altă formă, ci doar utilizând plasma.
This thing I've never noticed with anything else, just by using plasma.
Plantele care au fost puse acolo și tot ce era, fără gansurile puse înăuntru, ar fi scos un miros care ar fi deranjat și vecinii.
Every plant that is in there without the ganses would have stunk the place that was even the neighbors would be bothered.
Ok, mulțumim.
Thank you.
Could Gianni explain again about the process of the purification? Was there GANS bottles sealed? Were they sealed GANS bottles that were in the mixture, or did he put GANS right into the mixture itself?
Rick, am pus în apă, deci apa, că aici da, trebuie să fiu foarte clar. Apa este din fântână.
Here I have to be very clear. The water is from the fountain.
În fântână am introdus cele 4 gansuri de bază.
In the fountain, I've bottles, or in the fountain, I've poured down all 4 base gases?
Pot să spun că la 2000 de litri capacitate cât are, am pus câte 100 de mililitri de gansuri din fiecare.
At 2000 liters, the capacity that the fountain has, I've put around 100 millimeters of each gas.
Gans de CO2, de ZNO,
Each gas.
oxid de cupru, CH3.
ZNO, CO2, copper oxide,
CH3.
and CH3.
Yes. Această apă este cea care o folosim în tot și toate.
This is the water that we use in everything.
Pentru prepara mâncarea, pentru udat.
From a simple bath to cooking, for the garden, everything.
Această apă am pus-o în recipientul de 500 de litri.
This is the water that we've used for the recipient that has 100 liters.
Dar până să băgăm sticluțele cu gansuri,
but before adding the sealed bottles with gases,
aici clarificare, sunt sticluțe de 250 de mililitri.
There are bottles of 200 milliliters
și 330 de mililitri
and 300 milliliters.
În care este plasmă de CO2 cu aminoacid.
Where you have CO2 plasma with both the amino acid.
Adică gansul, soluția salină și aminoacidul, plasma.
That means the saline solution and the gas and amino acid.
Și ZNO.
Salt solution.
Okay.
Salt solution. And ZNO.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Johnny. Any questions for Johnny or comments?
Hi, it's Barbara. I would like to ask Johnny, looking at his sun rings, what's the length of the hose that he had made? Because it looks a little bit smaller than the one I have. And what is the diameter that he's using? It looks like it's maybe a ½ inch or something. Looks like a little bit thicker than I'm using. And is he nanocoating on the inside and the outside of the tubes, or just on the inside? Thank you.
Yeah, he went through the whole process in the One Nation, One Planet of last, and described the length of the hose, the diameter.
Rick, in the testimonial, not One Nation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Dan. That's right. Testimonials, the last testimonials group of last, I think it was the 14th.
I was going to say the Reactor group was today. I mean, the One Planet.
Here I can make an ad.
Soarele este făcut din tuburi de poliamid.
The sun is made with polyamide tubes.
Și am folosit două măsuri.
And I used 2 types.
Primele pe care le-ați văzut, tuburile mari au 63 de centimetri.
The first one, the large tube have
de lungime.
63 centimeters length.
Cel mare are un diametru interior de 10 mm, exterior 12.
The big one has interior diameters of
interior 10, exterior 12.
Interior 10, exterior 12.
Cel din interior are 4 cu 6.
The one from the exterior has 4 with 6.
Cu acestea se lucrează puțin mai dificil.
With those one, you work a bit more difficult.
Pentru asta am folosit, deci astea, la cele mici am folosit 54 de centimetri.
For the small ones, we used 64 centimeters length,
Același diametru.
the same diameter.
Dar cele care merg cele mai ok
But the ones that work the best
sunt 72 de centimetri cele mari
are 72 centimeters of length in length, the big ones,
și 63 cele mici.
and 63 the small ones, centimeters in length.
Mulțumesc!
Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed he was talking about a far infrared panel. Was that in his house that he was talking about? That was on the ceiling?
Panoul fotovoltaic, panoul radiant este în casa mamei lui Adora, care este și membru al echipei Petrila.
The panel is placed in the house, in my sister's house of Lavinia, the mother of Adora, which is part of our team.
Isn't it true that Gianni has no heat outside of the, it doesn't have a wood stove or electric heat or any source of heat that way? Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
Și mai ales, cum am spus, primele realizări le-am avut în laborator.
And especially how I said, the first results, I had them in the lab.
Și deja am intrat în al 3-lea an.
And we already entered the 3rd year.
De când nu a fost necesară nicio sursă de încălzire.
From when any other food, there was no need for energy source, for a heat source.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you. I noticed that there was not a full rotation, but a partial rotation. Does he ever get a full rotation, or does it just kind of just wave back and forth? Mine's starting to do that. That's why I'm asking.
În anumite situații se învârte și complet.
In certain situations, you can see it rotate completely.
Dar asta în special o realizează Adora.
But this especially is made by Adora.
Pentru că a participat cu noi continuu în laborator.
Because she participated full time with us in the lab.
Și la 5 ani simte și vede lucrurile diferit.
And at 5 years she feels and sees everything differently.
Dar da, se poate și, să spunem, concentrându-ne asupra lui.
And yes, you can say you can do it by focusing on it.
Și chiar am făcut-o și cu Dan Balish de la distanță.
And I even did it with Dan Balish from distance.
Adică el mișcând soarele din laborator.
That means he moving the sun from the lab.
Și eu soarele pe care Dan îl are acasă.
And Dan the sun, and Johnny the sun that Dan has in his home.
La o distanță de aproximativ 350 de kilometri.
At a distance for about 350 kilometers.
Wow, that's pretty good. I've noticed that I've interacted with mine. I noticed that if I watch it and I just focus on it, it will rotate more. And if I come very close to it as well, I notice that it will interact with me. So that's interesting. I'll have to get my girlfriend up and running and see how hers done. Thank you very much for all your information.
Thank you.
Johnny, does your do your sons, are they always moving, or do they stay still sometimes?
De exemplu, dacă nu este nimeni în încăpere, se oprește complet. Asta am...
For example, if nobody is in the room, it stops completely.
Asta am observat-o făcând înregistrare.
This I've noticed because I've made the recording.
Și în înregistrare am observat că soarele stă fix.
And in the record, I saw that the sun stays put.
Adică după ce plec din laborator,
that means after I left the lab,
se poziționează în cu tot o altă formă decât când este cineva în interior.
He positions himself in a totally different way than when people are around it.
Și personal cred că se poziționează.
And personally, I think that he positions himself
în funcție de plantele care sunt în zonă,
accordingly with the plants that are around,
de totalitatea sufletelor care sunt în laborator.
The position is determined by the totality of the souls that is present in that place.
Thank you.
What I have noticed is that I have a hanging plant that is approximately, I would say 10 feet away, and I noticed that it rotates too. That's something that is new since the sun has come in, so I guess it's starting to interact with the plants as well.
If your house starts to rotate, that's when you start to get really serious.
Yeah, I'll be taking.
If you notice your car parked in the opposite the way you parked it when you go to get in, that might be the reason.
Yeah.
Aici aș vrea să mai adaug ceva.
I would like to add something.
Ce am observat la floarea soarelui,
what I've noticed at the sunflower,
care este o floare care în mod natural se întoarce după razele solare, în funcție de cum răsare și apune soarele.
It is a flower that rotates naturally around the sun.
În momentul când am poziționat sorii și infinitele și dispozitivele în oază,
when I placed the devices and the sun around the garden,
am observat că floarea soarelui în special,
I noticed that the sunflower especially,
nu mai avea mișcarea obișnuită,
didn't have the normal movement,
ci se poziționa către soare.
And it positions herself at the sun.
La Nico, în oază, a fost și mai relevant.
At Nico's oasis was even more relevant.
Mai ales plantele fiind și într-o zonă de umbră.
Especially since the plants were in a shadowed zone.
În mod normal se întorceau către soare și aveau o fereastră de cam o oră.
Normally they had a window about an hour of sun a day.
Și era orientată către acea poziție.
and they were oriented around in that position.
De când am pus dispozitivele cu plasmă,
After we placed the plasma devices,
nu am mai făcut aceeași mișcare. S-au orientat către dispozitive.
They positioned themselves towards the plasma devices.
Și referitor la plantele agățătoare,
and for the hanging plants,
ele se mișcă,
they move
în mod natural,
naturally.
Trebuie doar să le observăm.
We just have to notice them.
Și mai ales fac și un dans.
And especially they even make a dance
în momentul când sunt observate, admirate.
When they are noticed, admired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's cute about they move more when they're noticed. And I've noticed that with my plants too. You know, you start paying attention to them. What I have noticed, and I just thought it was kind of odd, but now that he's mentioned it, I have an orchid that is starting to go into blossom again. And so it's shot out its flower stalk, and it's leaning towards the sun instead of my window. And I thought, oh, maybe something's wrong. So now I know why. I'll have to keep on rotating it. Thank you.
That's actually very interesting. Imagine if we could have growing vegetables indoors without electricity, with just using those sun units. And maybe it even works in the dark, but the plants recognize it as a light source.
Yeah, that's interesting, because what I have noticed, as you know, I grow my orchids, and typically my orchids, after they bloom, they go into rest for about 6 months. They have gone into blossom again. They've gone out of blossom and back into it, with it back to back. I've never seen that before. I've been growing orchids for over 30 years. So
this
that's
is one of the typical results with using the GANS technology. It's multiple crops per year.
Yeah.
So you might, get an extra crop of strawberries or an extra crop of even potatoes and that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I got 2 months longer out of that Italian prune plum tree. It finally dropped its leaves. So so that's like 2 months longer than every all the other ones.
It was still hanging in the snow, wasn't it? Didn't you show a snow picture of that?
Yeah, I just looked out and I went, oh, they're finally gone. But 2 months longer. So it'll be interesting to see what next year will be, see how much it recovered. So very interesting. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, Gianni. Great presentations. Love your stuff. Thank you.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Thanks all for that wonderful information. Just if I can just quickly add to that, so I was walking up the street the other day and I noticed that many of the trees and certain our vertical friends of various descriptions were all coming into bloom. There were ones that only bloom really in the summer, and they've got big buds on them and they're about to really blossom again. There was also, where I'm staying, there's a garden, and at the bottom of the garden there's a plant that literally is a spring plant, and it's the blooms on it, the white blooms are incredible. It's opened up, it's alive, it's basically, it's to this entity, it's spring. In this particular location, I've noticed the birds are very, very active. There's a lot of them, and they're singing like it's a dawn chorus in the middle of summer. Quite incredible. It seems to be this awakening seems to be happening in many different locations now, wherever there's GANs, whenever the magravs ourselves are positioned, and are starting to interact with our souls. It's it's a wonderful thing for us all to be aware of, and other people, I don't think other entities, human beings who are not aware of it, just think it's just another, I don't know, another thing. But when you point it out to them, when you make them understand what's actually going on, I can see the wisdom and the thoughts within their brain start to interact in a different way. The plasma starts reacting, and you sow that seed that it gives them a conscious thought about the reality that they're expanding into. So it is a wonderful time, and listening to you guys talking about these beautiful things. Gianni, about your son, I'm just about to produce one as well. Gianni, thank you very much for your teaching. I will be using your schematics that you've given, thankfully, and I will produce one too. I remember when I was in the Oasis in France once that I had a very similar experience where I looked up at the sun that I think it was Gianni who put it in there. In fact, I know it was. And I just thought to myself about turning the sun clockwise and anti-clockwise. And for me, it was moving. It was a thought and an intention. And this was quite some time ago. So the GANs and a conscious thought, even if the GANs is not produced by yourself, is still connected, and you can still connect to it, because in essence, we all come from the same source. So it is connected. We're always connected. So it's a wonderful thing to find out. All right, thanks, Rick. I'll come back in a little bit later on, Rick. I can show you a couple of things down in the lab, and yeah, I'll come back in a bit later on if that's okay.
Okay, I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be, but we'll see.
Okay.
We're up to 3 hours already, so I don't want to go on to 5 hours like we did before.
Okay, so, Rick. All right. Okay. Well, if you're still around, I will show some. If not, it's okay. No problem.
Okay. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rick, vreau să mai adaug ceva.
Rick, I wanted to say something else.
Vis-a-vis de dimensiunile sorilor, tuburilor cu care sunt făcuți.
About the dimensions of the tubes that the suns are made of.
Am făcut și din tuburi mai mici, chiar foarte, foarte mici.
I made suns with even smaller tubes, really small tubes.
Are aceleași efecte ca și soarele mare.
It has the same effect as the big sun.
Cred cumva că nu lungimea tubului și diametrul lui este importantă, ci înțelegerea a ceea ce facem.
I believe in a way that not the dimensions of the sun matters, but the understanding of what we are doing.
Este un început. Jocul cu, să spunem, diferite plasme.
It's a beginning. Let's say the play with other plasmas.
Mulțumesc pentru posibilitatea de a împărtăși.
Thank we for the opportunity to share.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. What else do we have here for show and tell today?
Rick, hi, it's Dean again. So I just thought of something, Rick. That I was speaking with Brigitte the other day, and she mentioned something very, very profound, very beautiful, where she said about letting go, letting go. So if you can imagine, if you have your hand in front of you, and you have your hand with the palm facing down, and you think to yourself about letting go. And that's more of a gravitational letting go. Then if you turn your palm the other way up, so your palm's facing upwards, and then let go. And this maybe is a magnetical letting go. It's different. There's a different way of letting go, of releasing. So I thought that was a very interesting analogy and a very beautiful one, because it can describe many things and many situations, I think, that are happening on the planet right now, where people or entities are, human beings, plants, animals, everything need to let go of certain conditions. And how you let go is very, very important. If you let go in a gravitational way by forcing, I don't think it happens sometimes. But when you can turn your leaf or your palm upwards and let go in a magnetical way, maybe the release is more gentle, more beautiful, more natural. And maybe that would be a wonderful thing, a wonderful way for people to release what needs to be just given back to the universe, so you can continue on your journey in a much more beautiful way, and not be conditioned, as many of us have been for quite some time now. It's just a thought, Rick. It was just something that came into my mind, so I thought I'd just share that with you.
That's a nice image, Dean. In the days of giving here at Christmas, you can imagine giving a gift by having your palm down. Basically, you're dropping it. You're dropping it into someone's lap, you're dropping it to the ground, you're dropping it to the table. But if you have your palm up, then you're giving the gift from your open hand. And that means someone either has to take it or you have to set it down because it's sitting on the top of your hand. And it's a more gentle approach for sure. So it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, so Brigitte would like to say something about that now, if that's all right. She'd like to comment on that, Rick, if that's okay.
Yeah, just one. Thank you, Rick. You expressed exactly that, what I meant. And having the palm upwards gives freedom, gives space. I always imagine like a butterfly would start flying. So this was my feeling. And what I want to add, as we celebrate now the time of the winter solstice and the increasing light, which concerns those people who live in dark areas. They are longing for light, yeah. So I want just to add this all-uniting love. I like this expression. I know that it's important to say unconditional love too, because you want to say there is no condition. And I also, in the same breath, I say all-uniting love. All that means everything, everybody, visible and invisible beings, all souls, yeah. And uniting, emphasize that everything is united. So this is what I want to say for today. Yeah, and I wish everybody this feeling, especially in the dark areas. Just remember the warmth and the light of the sun. We have experienced it. And I know it's not so easy for people who have darkness for half a year, but just remember those moments of the light and of the warmth of the sun.
Good one. I had one today, actually, as the sun finally came out after about a week of rain. And I was in my car driving stuck in traffic, and I was on the edge of starting to get frustrated. I had to get somewhere. There was like Christmas shoppers all over the place and jammed up traffic. And here I was, and sucking exhaust fumes, my unfavorite thing to do. So I'm starting to get a little bit irritated. And then I caught myself and I thought, wow, I'm in the sun. And I just opened my window and I shut my eyes and I absorbed the sun, and it was so beautiful and warm and totally enlightening. Literally, it lightened me up and I felt really good. And I didn't even think about the traffic. I was happy to be in traffic at that. I was actually felt blessed and had gratitude to be stuck in traffic at that time rather than doing some other job or running around doing something. And I was forced to just sit there in the sun. And it was so beautiful. It was just a beautiful moment. And I was so thankful for it.
Yeah.
This time of year, especially when you think about it, we don't get that much sun on our bodies in the northern hemisphere at this time of year. It's the shortest days, and it's also generally cloudy and so on. So there's a lot less sun. And of course, if you're in the colder climates, you're also covered up during that time of year. So what part of the body actually gets exposed to sun when we're out? Sometimes the hands, but sometimes we have gloves on, or just our hands are in our pockets. So we have our face and neck, and that's about it. So I figure somewhere around 80% of our vitamin D during the winter time, naturally occurring, comes from the sun on our face, which is not very much of our body surface. And that's why many people have a deficiency in vitamin D. And what is the main deficiency that they find in people that have coronavirus is a vitamin D deficiency. And there's a lot of tests that have just been done regarding the possibility that vitamin D can help prevent the COVID-19 symptoms and disease. So this is what the actual medical doctors are putting out as well. It's a real scientific reports that are coming forward. So when you add it up, if your main source of vitamin D is the sun, and if you're outside with a mask on that masks half of your face, which is half of the vitamin D that you're getting in your environment, then that is actually counter to someone's health to try to block the sun on someone's face, in my estimation. I mean, it just makes sense. And telling people to stay inside during the daytime when the sun's out is also counterproductive in many ways. So this is an interesting idea. I've never heard anyone bring up the idea that the face coverings cover up half of the face, which is at least 80% of our vitamin D that we get from the sun would be from our face in the wintertime. So I'm just bringing that up as an interesting discussion point that I've never seen brought up before, and wondering what people think about that as a concept.
Yeah, and therefore, in the attitude of as well as, I encourage the people to be in nature as lot as possible without mask, of course, and at the same time, imagine and feel that every cell in your body is a sun. And if you imagine that, you instantly begin to smile. And so this is the help for, this is the daily help you can do. Everybody can do, everybody who feels responsible for him or herself. Yeah, so you're, yeah, just doing that. Yeah.
Okay, that's a really good idea. I like that one. Envision every cell as a sun. So in a way, if you look at Johnny's structure that he made with the two rings and the ball in the middle, in a way that could represent the sun inside of our cells. And all we have to do is activate it, basically. So how would you suggest that one would go about that, Brigitte?
Again, the question, please.
How would you go? How would one go about activating all of the suns in the cells of one's body, as you mentioned? What is the procedure? How would one? Do you start with visualizing or thinking about
yes,
it?
yes. I encourage the people to say, see it, yeah, as an image, and especially feel it. Remember the warmth of the sun and feel it. And if it helps, of course, take your hand, put it somewhere on your body where you want, heart chakra or wherever, and imagine and feel the warmth of the sun. The hand is the sun and the fingers are the rays. And then you can strike the whole body. It's very simple, for me, and logical and biological and natural. And then I have the feeling I just remind the people because they have forgotten. They are always waiting for somebody who would do it instead of giving that themselves. Yeah.
Good point. Really good point.
Yeah. And of course it helps to have physical reactors you can see and feel, or make drawings or paintings, or put a golden dot somewhere. Yeah, and that is one of the reasons that I started some years ago to draw hearts. Yeah, draw hearts on my water bottle and on the jars that would contain the food, and more and everywhere, and suns. It just, yeah, if somebody needs it, put the sun on the mirror in the bathroom and say good morning to yourself, and then you have to smile. Yeah. And we know that from brain research that smiling gives us energy. So, yeah, and we can encourage each other as often as possible. And if somebody says, oh, I never get a hug, then I say, just give a hug. At the same time, you will receive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have an interesting story. I have a good friend that's a fisherman. He goes out in the ocean and catches fish and so on. And he did that on the East Coast as well as the West Coast of Canada. And on the East Coast, he would he would go out in the fishing boat with these, pretty gruff and tough fishermen. They're really strong people that have to do hard work out in the middle of the ocean, and it's a tough job, and you got to be strong and so on to do that. And they're usually not really sophisticated people; they're quite basic and so on. So what he did was he wrote love on his water bottle.
Yeah.
And at first he was kind of ridiculed and they joked about him and so on. And then they came to, he kept at it, and, he always wrote love on his water bottle, and he would swear that made a huge difference. And it's made a big difference in his life. And he talked to these fishermen, and eventually they all wrote love on their water bottles. And
Yeah.
they had a very happy fishing crew. They all got along really well. And, these conservative fishermen, it took them a while to kind of warm up to the idea of, writing love in your water bottle, or what are you, some kind of wimp, or something like that kind of response perhaps. But they actually softened up and warmed up to the idea. And when they actually tried it, it worked so well that they wanted to keep doing it. So there you go.
Yes, and you inspire other people. So I was asked by children, by people in wherever I were, and they saw my water bottle with the red heart, and they saw the plants, the blossoms in my water. And they said, wow, I want to do it. Of course, some people were laughing and offending me, but most of the people were touched. And this, especially the children, they said, I want to do it. Yes. And then I said, tell it to your parents, buy a red pen and draw the heart. And I can tell that I noticed that my food in the jars, in glass jars, yeah, would keep for a long time. It was not the first reason I did it. I just did it because I said there should be more love in the world. So each drawing of a heart would strengthen or nourish this field of love. So this was the main reason why I did it. And then I noticed, wow, the food keeps quite long. And yeah, and it makes pleasure. It makes, again, it causes smiles of other people, and then they say, oh, I could do it. I could also try it.
Yes, and of course, there's the famous experiments in Japan. Dr. Shawa, something like that, did experiments with freezing water that was, I think they had people talking to the water, and one water would be sort of an "I hate you," "I don't like you" words were either written on it or spoken to it, and then the other one of "I love you," and that kind of emotion was put into the water essentially. And when it's frozen, you can see the fields are different. And when they looked at it under microscope, magnified it under a microscope, you could see that the structure of the water was changed. So definitely there's something about the addition of, in a way you could say, the addition of emotion, or that the information of emotion into water.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, it's an expression of the beauty, of the beautiful patterns. And yeah, it's, you're just pleased about that, about the effect. Yeah, and it's also the attitude of people. I have heard that the patterns depend on the attitude, how you do that, what you do. If you're in resonance with the kind of music you do, there will be beautiful patterns. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, but this red heart drawing as often as possible. I'm sure, I'm convinced that this is nourishing the field of love, the all-uniting love. Thank you, dear participants, and many blessings all over the world, connected with all-uniting love.
Very good, thank you.
I just put in chat the name of the book and the author. I actually have the book in my hand. It's a very good book. And there actually was an experiment done in a university where they took two different plants and encased them. And then they had one that they were supposed to give, messages of hate, and the other one of love. The one that was messages of hate, actually the plant started to die, versus the other one was thriving. So that was an interesting experiment as well.
Yes, good point, Barbara. The hidden messages in water, Masaru Emoto.
Rick, it's Dean again. It's a bit like when Jedi shows many of his pictures. He shows pictures of lakes and oceans, and then close-ups, a fractal of it. And there seems to be a lot more information within a fractal than there is even in the whole, the totality, because the fractal is a part of the totality, and it shows the whole as well. And I think that's the same for many things in life. We take a tiny fraction of it and chop it up, or I don't want to say digest. We interact with the fields. but forgetting sometimes the whole, and vice versa. It's that magnetogravitational flow of fields and interaction that is continuous. And I think it's from your, pursuit, where you view from, where you presume that you'd like to take a stance and with your physical eyes maybe, or a thought, view the situation from. But the flow changes constantly from whenever you physically move your body, or whether you physically move a thought, physically, when you have a thought that you move across your galaxy, you can make the move very, the transition very smooth. You can make it very jagged. You can make it appear in one part and then disappear and reappear somewhere else. It's really up to you how you, I don't want to say control, but I can't think of another word, how you control your point of view, where you interact. It can be many different ways. As we know with this teachings, it's unlimited. And so the only thing that ever limits anything we do is ourselves, in everything. Literally every moment is yes or no. In every single moment. So how you conduct yourself, how you interact with your fields, your environment, are just within you. You are the reactor, you are the sun. You have billions of suns inside you, and you have one sun, which is yourself. And then how you interact with all the other suns and billions and trillions of other suns around you is really down to your own thoughts and your intentions. And you have that choice constantly in every single moment, every moment.
Yeah, good point, Dean. Really good point. Let's look at it just in terms of scale, for example, that we're able to imagine the vastness of the universe and other galaxies and other planets and suns and everything, billions and billions of them out there. And at the same time, we can come right back in and be on planet Earth and imagine all the humans and the things on Earth. And we can look at all the animals. We can look at all the vegetables. We can look at any particular one, a certain kind of fish or whatever. And then we can go in, drill down into the nano zone and look at the interactions on the nano layer and nano level and see things on the level of microbes or the level of atoms. We have the ability to visualize going down into the micro world and then up into the macro world and everywhere in between, and also to have different perspectives within those vantage points as well. So it's, again, like you're saying, up to our own attention, basically, what we put attention on and how we decide our own world is to be. And there's a lot of influences on that to make you believe that things are a certain way and that certain things are real and so on and so forth. But it's up to each of us to find our own truth as far as that goes.
It's funny, Rick, how you've made me, the way you've just spoken about that, and you've made me think about another being sat on another planet. And I've had this discussion before, I know you have. They're probably thinking exactly the same thoughts if they have a physical body, or however the interaction is within their conditions. And then maybe thinking about how are those human beings doing, whatever we classify as aliens and vice versa. It's a strange concept that all those beings would be thinking the same things or going through this transition moment. Mr. Keshe said that he teaches to the whole of Unicos. And so if you think about the whole of Unicos, that's many souls. I mean, countless numbers of souls. It is beyond the comprehension of our abilities, I think, in a human form. unless we go to a soul level, which is unlimited. So then we can comprehend those numbers, but in a matter state condition in our brains, that those numbers don't compute. But when we release the fields of our soul and let it come outside of our body, so just by a thought we can encompass everything, totality, just by letting go, by washing away the intentions and the conditioning of our environments. It's just that, when you start to consciously let go, it's that what I was speaking about earlier, when you instead of forcing the let go by having your hand down, turn your palm up and just let go gently. Let everything drift away. All these interactions, all these forces, all these fields that are converging in these moments. Because I think with, as we know, with the planets lining up in the present moment in our solar system, visible to us, we know that they are, even though they may be aligned, I think they're causing all sorts of energies and field forces that we're not accustomed to, and maybe bringing many awakenings for many people, energy fields that, as I said, people are not aware of or have not been aware of. So it's bringing up very many emotions within people that, with the given realities that people accept, is an interaction that's can be very powerful, can be very moving, can be very unstabling unless you are centered and allow this the fields to wash over you, let them go through you, let the neutrinos, which just penetrate everything, just let it wash through you. Be that that flowing motion of the water, of that fractal. Just let everything go. Just be still, and don't interact with the fields. Even if a field reaches you, it doesn't mean you have to interact. You can just let it just drift on by and drift through you. The only reason you would interact with it, is the rubbing of the fields, the interaction to create the spark, is if your intention is to, or you allow it to. So with these fields, we can interact if we choose, or we can let them just go. As I said, every single moment is your choice, in every interaction. And this isn't just in these precious moments on this planet, this is eternity. You're an energy source of unlimited ability. Unlimited. What is that? I don't even know what that is. I mean, beyond the comprehension of us in these very moments, because we're thinking, again, I've gone back into the matter state condition of thinking through my brain instead of letting the fields wash through me and all around me and just be part of the totality. Thanks, Rick.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Did you still want to broadcast something there, Dean, or is that what you already did?
Yeah, I suppose. No, I've just started doing a few things, but they're I'd have to walk down. It'd take a little while to do it, Rick. I don't know if you've got time. I'm starting to do many experiments now, active experiments with the Ganses and things. One thing I've noticed, I've put a lot of intentions and a lot of plasma all around this building, and it's definitely having effects all around in many situations. And I've noticed that, as I said earlier, that in these particular moments there are energies around that are boiling coming to the surface in an emotional state for many beings. And the virus present on this planet in these moments is, Mr. Keshe said, even the physicalities that have decided to give to humanity by releasing their physical bodies to enable humanity to move to a new position is it's hard to say, but it's a beautiful thing for a soul to release, to give unconditionally for other souls to receive. And so the virus has been a blessing for humanity in the awakening of old energies, ancient energies, and new energies that are with us right now, new fields, new interactions, new plasmas, countless numbers of plasmas just within one cell in your body, those mini suns that you were speaking about. There are countless trillions of interactions, of galaxies, it's just the fractal. As you said, when you go the other way, instead of going out to the planets, you go in and then into a cell, and then you go all the way, keep going smaller beyond anything we can even imagine. And then another galaxy appears and it all opens up again, and then it goes back out to the planets. It's a never-ending cycle of the torus field that you've spoken about many, many times. And when you start to realize that and the interactions, it changes you reach a new position of your understanding as a soul, as a human being. You start to interact differently with everything around you, and you start to draw love hearts on things. You start to interact with birds. You start to interact with everything. It's a different conscious thought.
I just bought bird seed today. So there you go.
Yeah, I bought some yesterday, Rick, funny enough.
Yeah. It's funny,
Yeah.
I never, until this year, I've never actually never bought bird seed. But for some reason, I've taken a real liking to birds, and supporting them as much as possible. Yeah.
A final thought concerning the situation in the world, where is a lot of fear and a lot of difficulties. What I have done for many years, and I just ask you all together that we strengthen this field to say, allow everything that seems impossible that is possible, not knowing the exact way of solution, but the solutions will pop up. So this is what I also ask people and encourage people, please don't say it's not possible. Just let's allow that everything is possible.
Yeah, beautifully said, Rick. It is, that's just a conscious thought. And so when people are feeling isolated or feeling suffocated by their masks, there's many ways to breathe. The human being, we decide to use the front of what we're so used to, our senses, our eyes, our mouth, our nose, the breath, all comes from our mouth. But there's certain techniques where I know in Tai Chi and things where they allow people to visualize to breathe through your back. So you take the breath in through your nose, you circulate it up and around your skull, you let it go down through the back of down through your back, and then fill your lungs from the back of yourself, not just the front. It's a new conscious way of breathing. And just that breath is, every single breath you take is a life, is a soul. You breathe in a soul, you breathe out a soul. You create with every single breath you take. And so don't just think about it and suffocate yourself and limit yourself to a thought just through your mouth, your nose. Breathe in another way. Allow the breath to come into your body and expand out of your body in another conscious way. Unlimit yourself. I don't know if anybody's got any comments on that, Rick.
No, we got a pretty quiet crowd here tonight.
Yeah, it's gone quiet, yeah.
Hard to get a laugh.
Well, we can laugh for them, Rick.
Hello, very, very nice then. I was listening to you.
Hi, Salmia.
Good morning, everybody. It's good day now. Can somebody make the difference between these three kinds of how do you call? I forgot.
Again?
Emotion of knowledge, emotion of position, and emotion of situation. Did I say okay? For me, it's not very clear what means. If you can, if not, maybe I will ask tomorrow, Mr. Keshe. But at your knowledge, what is this first? And second, to make the difference between them, and how we explain this. Maybe Dean, Ken?
Solomia, sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. Just explain it again.
Yes, it's about emotion of knowledge, emotion of situation, and emotion of presence. Maybe I didn't say well one. I don't remember when. Is emotion of presence.
The first time you said emotion of knowledge, emotion of position, and emotion of situation. But perhaps emotion of presence should be in there as well.
Yes, it's presence. So, yes, I remember well now.
Presence instead of position or situation, or both? So emotion of knowledge and emotion of presence? Is that what you mean? Or emotion of knowledge, emotion of position?
Emotion of presence, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But, I think, Solomia, we're all, the emotion of presence is everything that we've just been speaking about. What is an emotion? As I said just earlier, you can from the position that you're in. So you can have, let's take love. So you can have love as a position of wanting to possess a love, or so with your palm down. Or you can turn your palm up, and the emotion of love where you release, and so it's unconditional, and you just allow. You don't force. You don't. There's no. The presence is within you because you allow. You give from your soul unconditionally, and you put no. You expect nothing back. You just give unconditionally, knowing that it gives you beautiful presence and a wonderful feeling just to give that love, and for somebody else to have the interaction of the fields, that energy transfer, that they receive that energy, and it just makes them feel so warm and beautiful inside. It radiates their sun, it makes their sun glow. And you've given that energy. That's being a universal being. So that's being present. That's for me. That's it. I've come to these conclusions, whether it's the totality or not. But in these present moments, I feel that when I do this, everything changes. For you as a entity, as a sun, as a being, as a soul, and consciously, I think other beings, other suns, other entities feel the same. They receive that warmth and that energy, and you see it physically, you feel it. That's the thing. I think when you feel it, when you touch another soul and you feel it, and it's not always, I don't mean feeling as in the five senses. You need to go beyond that now. We need to go into soul feeling, where you, it's hard to describe, but it's beyond the five senses. You just, it's a warmness, it's radiance, it's a knowing, it's a conscious beauty. I'm struggling for words here to express it, but it's beyond words. It's beyond anything that we are presently interacting with. It's I suppose it's the creation. It's the oneness. It's the beauty of all of us. So Solomir, sorry, I've gone off in a bit of a tangent there. I don't know if I've answered your question, but for me, in my explanation,
I think could be like this. Maybe it's in another dimension.
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
I'm sorry, I go off on
This
is it. This is it. We don't have the normal words in the English language to describe a lot of these things. And that's always been the problem when the shamans come back from their big adventure to the other dimensions. How do they explain what they experienced to the regular people back in the tribe who's been out, hunting food and foraging or whatever all day, and they come back and this crazy shaman is explaining all these, amazing experiences and seeing into the future and so on and so forth, and they're going like, what? Okay. But they somehow endure and put up with them because they hope that he's doing something there that's for the good of the community and so on and so forth. But that's always been a problem, how to put into words the feelings and the emotions that may occur, especially around that word love, and especially the unconditional aspect of it, which is in basically an entirely different dimension than what we call our ordinary types of love, everything from lust to I love my car kind of deal, to as compared to that closer to the source, unconditional love, the actual radiant unconditional love, which is a different aspect. I've heard it described once as love is not an emotion, love is a force. So that's another way to kind of look at it. You can connect with that force that comes from the source, the force from the source. And that is that unconditional love. And that's basically one of the keys and part of that expression of being fully present. If you're fully present in your essence, then that unconditional love is just a natural aspect of that. It's basically the Christ consciousness, you're becoming God in that, at least in that moment. Probably only for a moment, but at least it's a moment. How many moments do we have that we put together in our life like that? Presence, that emotion of presence seems to be one. Dean mentioned how important it is, and I would call it one of the two main pillars of being able to attain one's own beingness, so you have the ability to be fully present and in any dimension that you decide to partake in. So the actual decision and how that gets implemented, because just being present kind of indicates that you don't have a real objective once you're present. You're just fully present. It takes all your attention just to be present in a way. You're not directing it anywhere. You're just emitting unconditional love, full presence, just boom. And then the other pillar, I call it, would be one's attention. And you can use your attention to direct, and you can place your attention. You can use your attention in various ways to be a benefit to others, and to explore other dimensions, and so on and so forth, depending on where you place your attention, where your thoughts are, where your where you hang out in a way. So attention and presence to me are the two pillars of exploring space, basically, or of being on Earth in a fully functioning being, and being aware of the various ways that attention can be used and abused in a way, and that our attention can be distracted, our attention can be pushed around by media and the things we see in our environment, the things we experience, and so on and so forth. But if we can learn to control that attention, and at the same time have as much as we can muster of our presence, being fully present in the present, and that gives us two really, really powerful tools to be able to figure out better who we are and where we are, and how to interact with others, and the whole thing, in my humble opinion.
Very beautiful, Rick. Very beautiful. Thank you for those wonderful words. You touched on the media, and I noticed in some of the groups and things that people are posting many things about all the situations that are happening, all the conditions. And I wrote to somebody and I said that just the fear, just by acknowledging it and passing this information on, you're feeding this particular field, and you're giving it energy. It's a bit like through the teachings we know, when you give an emotion to a body part through your environment, and you have a disease, you have a stress, you feed it emotion, and you make this seed pop, and you can give yourself all sorts of problems, cancers and all sorts of things, by feeding emotion into a position, an energy pack. So by feeding an energy pack, even a thought and intention of this I don't want to say the word negative, but again, I don't know how else to describe it, this experience that we're being given, it just expands it. So, and I know it's present, but if you go to the unlimited bit again, that environment that we're being shown is being shown through a channel. It's being shown through a portal that is then being given to all the beings. But if all the beings shut down that portal, it doesn't exist. It does not exist. It only exists in one localized place. Then it doesn't affect the totality. And you have that ability within you to control in every moment your reality. So it's within you, it's your choice. And we've always said this, it's us that have created our reality. It's us has put us in this position that we're in now. So we can undo this with our conscious thoughts and intentions, reverse it, flip it. It's a thought. It's your soul. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Good point, Dean.
I think all of these are accurate, and thank you very much. I didn't get it, emotion of knowledge very well. What means?
That's a good one, Tommy. So it's the same thing. It's the same process. What's not knowledge is something that we, it's an energy, it's a field force that we gather, it's a filtering system. So let's say with the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, when I first came in, so on a personal level, I had a feeling, an intuition, however you want to describe it. And I found the foundation. And as soon as I found this field of knowledge, I had an emotion knowing it was correct ethos, correct conduct. And it emanated, it felt correct. It lit my sun, it made me glow. And then I gradually let this filter gather momentum, gather field strength within me. And the more that I was shown, the more I wanted to interact with, needed to interact with, until you get to a position where you have an emotional or an emotion of knowledge, where I would, as Mr. Keshe would say, the cup is never full. The CD-ROM is never full. You cannot ever fill it. So this knowledge that we're gathering through the foundation and these beautiful teachings will never be full, will never be complete, because in our physical bodies on this planet, to our understanding, it's limited, and it's the tip of the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. There's much more than we can comprehend. This is the first tiny little step onto a level up from what humanity's been experiencing. And there are many souls in the universe that have experienced this knowledge in many more dimensions, in many different ways that to us, we're not, in our physical bodies, we're not aware of. So the emotion of knowledge is a conscious thought and an intention, that filtering process here right now, and to my understanding. But when I go into my soul consciousness and expand myself, the knowledge is unlimited. And so it's an expanding field that I just allow myself to move through that door, go through the realms, go beyond. So the knowledge is, for me, is never ending. It's a field strength that the emotion of it is, what emotion do you want to give to it? What perspective, from where are you looking? For me, in these present moments, I want to look from joy and love, and from a perspective of giving unconditionally. That's it. That's my emotion. So I don't know if that explains it for you, Samia.
Yes, thank you very much. I am more enlightened now. Thank you very much. I also have a sensation that emotion of knowledge could be the connection with the source of knowledge. It's a bench, not at the level of information, but also at the level of emotion. If you don't have the emotion, the wish, the feeling of discovering many things, what we call knowledge, will not do it. So you need an emotion in order to connect with such knowledge which is around you, is all what you said. I think that you have first this wish, and you find the field which conduct you to such a knowledge. So you can discover, if you don't have the wish, and find the field which introduce you at the source of knowledge. For me, for example, my wish was to find such a knowledge of your foundation, and I found it, and I was so happy. So it was an emotion to get this knowledge with all of you. and you attract me by your love, your truth, and your all emotion, good vibration, good emotion which you have.
Solomia, thank you for that. That's
Yeah.
beautiful. But
Yes.
it's our foundation. Human beings, universal community, a soul, all of us. Call it a foundation. Call it whatever we want to call it. It's us. It's a soul. You've just said, going back to source. We're all source. We've all got that source within us. That sun. We talk about it. We've created languages to explain things, to come to a conclusion of what we know, expressing ourselves as in our physical forms. It's all of it's us, you, me, the cat, the dog. It's everything. It's just that one totality. So we just talk about it through our understanding in different languages, in slightly different ways that we express the sound through our this condition that we've developed on this planet to survive this atmosphere. It's called a body, and we produce certain noises from a windpipe that we've over a period of time, moments, we have developed. The body has developed these to be able to survive the environment, to work within it. And so it's what I'm trying to say is that it's a conscious thought. For we just need to understand that it is all of us. We're all one, and it's your conscious thought, your ability to just turn your palm up and allow. And it is all of us. We're all as one. We always have been as one. The only limitation, the only difference is what we allow, what we allow. You have a choice as a conscious being to be in any moment, in anywhere, and in any situation, to be the beauty. And when you get touched by this knowledge, when that field strength really emanates through you and touches your very soul, there's only one way you tend to react. And I've noticed this with all knowledge seekers. They go through very many transitional moments of that filtering process of understanding, of the emotion of knowledge, as you would call it. And then they suddenly start to release. They start to, they turn on the suns all around them. They pass on their field strength, and it literally is. You shine a light if you think in a physical sense. You pass that light on, and the next light beam lights up. And so the process continues on and on and on. We just we become something more than the little bit that we believe ourselves to be. Allow yourself to be more, and then we are the creator. We literally are the creator. Each and every single one of us, part of the totality and the creation. And may you all create the beauty that I know you are. Thank you, Solomia.
Oh, thank you very, very much. Very enlightening. And thank you to Rick also. Oh, I have great remersing for you. I don't know if my English is I can translate all the words. So I'm so happy to be with you almost every day. It's a feeling that I am part of the totality, is a wish to be together with the totality and to talk about such nice, beautiful things that is a unity, totality. Consciousness is fundamental.
Solemia, when we start communicating like this, the interaction, the field strength is different. When we start interacting on out of like many situations right now, thoughts and intentions of fear, that reality given, the consciousness closes down and the field strength, your sun starts to dim. But it's just a thought and intention of the totality, and the interaction right now changes everything. The feelings within yourself you just expressed just now enlightened everybody else just with the way you expressed that breath, that emotion out to the world. And it changes the field strength all around us. And that's just this conversation that's going over this channel now. So it can have such a powerful effect, and it's just some souls having a interaction, as I said, through this channel. You imagine now all the souls that are interacting by their thoughts and intentions of listening. So using another sense to engage their plasma, to fill their space gap with energy. To let that vital field, those beautiful fields of emotion of knowledge spread consciously through their very being, to engage their sun once more, to bring the brightness back up, to let the universal community see the beauty of the soul, not the physicality. Thank you, Solemia.
Me too. Thank you very much. Oh, it's such a beauty to be conscious of the totality. You realize that you are everything, not only part. You are everything. So you can do all what you want because you can co-create with the creator. Why don't create a beautiful and a good, a better world if we have this power of creating? Just start to create a wonderful world with lovely connections between us. Don't have conflicts. Just live in harmony. We individual and we communities and even states, nation states, as one. I think that we send such emotions, such feelings around us. Now, a day, we can change the consciousness, the soul of this planet. Thank you very much, and I love you so much. I feel I need this. I have this feeling and the need to tell you, to make you feel it, and to start to irradiate more and more and more love around us. Love is all we need, because this is our essence of human being, of totality, is nothing that this force, that is love. We were created by love, and we are love. All the people need love. Love is everything. It's like gravitation, it's like magnetism, can be both of them. It's a field, is this force of magnetic gravitational force which create energy, and the energy is energy of love. Thank you.
Rick, thank you, Solomon. Rick, I've just suddenly had one thought. With everything I've said about the palm turned down or turned up, when you then think about a sphere, a circle in a multi-dimensional aspect, then what is turned up? What is down? What's which way is it? So a body, a physical body, or an entity of a cell, of a planet, of a galaxy. What is the correct way up? So what is gravitational? What is magnetical? So when you start to think in those aspects again, you start going back to the creator, the creation. It's totality, and it's in every angle. Every dimension, the totality. It's a sphere, a circle. It's emanating all around us. It's 360 in a breath, in a word, and in a knowledge, in a language that I understand in this conscious body. It's creation. It's totality. A sphere. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. It's I feel that this is true and this is correct. Can be otherwise.
Thank you for a very wonderful conversation and a beautiful field strength that's helping me to make my sun shine even brighter. And hopefully many of you are all feeling this too. And just give that unconditional shine, that unconditional field strength to everything around you, and just spread it. Create this new reality. Let's change this. Let's breathe in a different way. Let's expand the consciousness. Let's expand our knowledge of ourselves in a much more beautiful way. Let's just allow. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Lovely.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you for the lovely words about love. Anybody else have something they'd like to bring up? See, we have another attendee here, Randy. Anybody have anything they'd like to discuss?
Did you have the, sorry, Rick, did you have the opportunity to translate and send to Mr. Keshe the article which I sent you yesterday in Romanian? Or
no,
I have to resend you again?
If you could send it to me again, that'd be good. Otherwise, I have to go back into the chat and try to find it.
Yes, I will send you again, because they said the word plasma and telling that American just discovered something related with plasma or of argon, so argon maybe? Argon.
Argon plasma,
yes,
yeah.
Argon
Mr. Keshe
plasma.
is quite familiar with that, yeah.
Yes. And if there's any link with our knowledge, could be helpful.
Well, argon plasma is the traditional scientific plasma. It's a good example of the traditional scientific plasma, and that's the limitation of science, is trying to just look at plasma on that level of having an ionized gas that glows, basically, or or a plasma in a nuclear reactor or something like that, when there's other types and forms of plasma that may not be so visible and easily looked at that way.
The first thought.
You can send that to me, Salamia, but I'm pretty sure Mr. Keshe is just going to say, well, that's the matter level plasma.
I will do right now.
This is what we originally were experimenting with about 10 years ago with Armin and myself and others in vacuum chambers, playing with plasma. Argon plasma in particular is one. I've got argon gas here myself. And as Mr. Keshe would say, he doesn't, sorry, we got a microphone open, Dan, sorry, I have to mute you there. As Mr. Keshe said at that time, he doesn't use, we were using high voltage and so on to activate the argon and cause it to glow, and you get the really nice plasma discharge, and you can do fun things with it and so on. I thought it'd be great. It's fun, you know, the way the progress would go. But Mr. Keshe was just said, well, we don't use high voltage in our experiments. I just thought, oh, okay, well, maybe I should sort of drop that line of reasoning. It's basically the plasma ball situation. Plasma ball has usually has argon gas in it, as well as some other gases, maybe some neon and xenon and so on. So the plasma ball, like we saw earlier in this workshop, it's, and we've seen many times that I've shown in the past. It's a lot of fun, but it's not necessarily the way Mr. Keshe creates a plasma. So this is what we've been trying to penetrate over the last years. Try to get a better handle on what he means by a plasma and how to create a plasma without just using high voltage to basically activate the electrons and make them glow. But send it to me and I can pass it on to Mr. Keshe and let him make the decisions on it, because I never know what's important for him, really.
Yes, I did. And I received a question from Dean. Maybe he can send you, Dean Balish from Romania. Maybe he can send you directly if it's for Mr. Keshe concerning the vacuum. I remember now.
Yes, I remember something about that question. I'm not sure if I got that written down somewhere.
It's already answered, Mr. Keshe, in 2 hours and 22 in the last workshop.
Ah, okay. Thanks, Dan. Perfect. Usually by the time we formulate a question, he'll answer it in a workshop. So keep that in mind as well. If you can formulate a good question, he's usually got the answer for it before you actually get it verbalized. Well, anything else for today, or should we wrap things up here?
Hello.
Hi, Jefferson.
Good morning, Rick. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to listen to you always. So good to be here. And I would like just to make a question that was asked me yesterday, was while I was talking to a friend. And he asked me that he had already read and studied in his life about thoughts of Helena Blavatsky, Isaac Bentov, studied about Kundalini, transcendence, and many writers and souls that try to reach and spread the knowledge of the upper level of our soul that way. And he asked me if he could reach the level of understanding and really have the opportunity to join in a fast way without making any gains, without having the energy fields and without having the made one plate, one nano-coated thing, if he have the interaction with these fields that I have interacted, that he could not understand how I could be saying so many different things and explaining so many things that he could never understand his whole life. Can we reach the level of the point that we must reach, that intangible point, without any making any gains, any plates, any nano-coated plates, if he could understand it? I had no answer for him. But I said, we have an engine, the gases. When you make gas, CO2 or cup of life of 1, 2, it's a way to start a stair. But in my case, I am able to step each of these steps up or down with the field strength of the gas that I have done in the physicality. I must have this interaction with the gas. The interaction, not to drink water, not to spraying the water, not inhalation the water, but the interaction I must have. I told him, you must make your cup. It's a must. You cannot understand if you don't make your cups, if you don't interact with the gases in one level of magnitude or another level magnitude with the amino acids that it produces. I told him, my vision, it's, you must make it. It's a must, it's a start. If you don't make it, you cannot, in my view, ever. And not ever, but you cannot interact with this energy in the level of this technology. Because I gave him a few things to read. He read that, said, oh, but it's interesting. He understood. But he did not interconnect with the gas itself. His gas or gas that he could have bought from somewhere, from Keshe Foundation store, or, you know, I could not understand it. I don't know if I can make myself clear to you. It's a must to have.
I don't agree with you in a way, because there's lots of people that have evolved without having knowledge of necessarily of the way Mr. Keshe's presented the GANs technology, and they might have taken a different path, that's all. And there's many paths, and this happens to be the one that's presented, and it happens to work, but it doesn't mean that other paths don't also work. So to say that you have to do the GANs in order to evolve, I don't think that's true at all. I think it's a convenient way to do it, and it's a way to focus our attention on different aspects of our evolution and how to get to the next step, and it's sort of a map in a way. But there have been many maps, there have been many people that have evolved. we are not the first. Mr. Keshe is not the only involved person on the entire planet or has ever been here. What happened to Christ and what happened to others that have been inspired in those similar ways? Other teachers of yogis and gurus and priests and shamans that have explored higher dimensions and are quite aware of them, have intimate details of such dimensions. So,
Oh, good. Sorry.
you know, but I know what you mean. It's as far as if you want to become a knowledge seeker and learn this plasma knowledge, then you can only get so far with mental knowledge about it, and you come to the point where you have to do it. You have to, like Jefferson says, you have to make the cups, or you have to do something to show or for yourself to not just have the knowledge, but to use the knowledge, to apply it in a practical manner. And through that experience of applying the knowledge, that's when we gain understanding. And when you have understanding, that's the real jewel, not the knowledge itself. You can have tons and tons and tons of knowledge. I call people that have too much knowledge top heavy. They're all in their head and they forget they even have a body, or they forget they have fields and they're stuck in their brain because they're busy processing knowledge all the time. But if you're able to use the knowledge to get yourself to the next position, that's all it's really good for. And that next position is using the knowledge to gain experience. And through that experience, you have understanding. And that understanding is a lasting thing, because the next time you have a similar experience, you'll have an understanding already, and you can build on that, and you can have different levels of understanding. And that's how we can elevate ourselves to the next level. It's actually a level of understanding. And if you, the very word understanding, you stand under, that means you have you're aware of other dimensions. You're supporting and part of that structure. So the cups are a great way to attain that knowledge and understanding at the same time. So that's the wonderful practical point about all that. But there are other methods and ways to evolve as far as that goes, and have been always and forever for those that truly need to know that information. And it hasn't been available to everyone because they aren't looking for it. You have to need it and want it in order to find it. If you're looking for a good time downtown, then you're not going to be looking for this higher information, higher knowledge, and the knowledge about how to get that higher into those higher dimensions. You just want to get downtown, have a good time. And that's part of mankind's faults, is we have the playground of planet Earth, and there's lots of distractions to keep us away from the search for truth. And instead we end up having a good time. But one way or another, whether we're having a good time or searching for truth, then planet Earth is, valid either way, in a way. So it makes it so wonderful here. It's whatever you make of it, in a way.
Yes, thank you, Ricky. Sorry, I don't know. You finished already?
No, go ahead.
No, just it's wonderful, everything. I should make this part, everything that you said, I will answer the next time for him, or at least a little bit of it. You just gave us a lesson of many thoughts and many things. But I could tell him that I, by myself, could never or ever join these emotions that we were talking about the emotion of presence, of the presence of knowledge, emotion of feeling the love, the real love and giving, without interacting with the matter, the nanocode creation of this. As we make it, we open. And that was the point he asked. He said, I believe so, because by myself, I could not have made it in another way. This interaction, by myself, I could not reach without touching a pen, for instance. You know,
and you're not alone that way, that's for sure. There's thousands of people that have been literally shaken by this knowledge of learning. The pain pen's a great example, and having basically miraculous effects from use of the pain pads, the pain pen, the Ganses, and all of the different parts of the plasma technology. And it has definitely changed and shaken thousands of people that I've personally know of, basically, and over the years, it really adds up. So absolutely, it's and that's part of what you can impart to someone else, to try to get them inspired in a way to at least try something to change their condition. Because we can all now, we don't have an excuse in a way. Once we have the knowledge, then we're obligated to use it. That's kind of the idea. So if we're feeling depressed, or we're feeling low energy or something, we should have solutions available through the technology to address various issues that might come up, even if we get a flu bug, even if we get a strong flu, let's say. But it's part of it goes with the knowledge. If you know something, then you're obligated to use it. If you know something and you don't use it, and you don't use it to help others, then that's your problem in a way. So this is what we try to work with, is to be aware of our own limitations in a way, and to try to strive for that unconditional love that we know is at the core, at the source.
If you allowed me, I'd like to acknowledge something. For example, we can influence the climate by our thought, but by our fields. I mean, the fields of soul of man and soul of physicality. If we have a tornado, we can stop it. We just ask, because we are part of totality, like shamans. We can ask the nature will calm down, but we are not aware of this.
But we've talked about this at length in the Universal Council meetings before, because we were making wishes for such things, for various disasters that happen on the earth, to prevent hurricanes from hitting places and things like that, and prevent rain, or to have rain happen and all that. But what comes out of that is, how do you have what if you make this, you avert the storm, you divert the storm, but it hits somebody else instead? Or what if you create rain somewhere, but it means that there's a drought somewhere else that was supposed to get rain? And who are you to decide who is to get the rain, who is not, and whether some animals should and some shouldn't? And basically the whole effort to control the weather is misguided in terms of intentions.
I see. Yes, I am aware of this.
But on the other
yes.
hand, we have the Tom Salis phenomenon of the oasis idea, where we can put up a protective umbrella basically around an area by using, you know, the ganzas and intention and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in a way two conflicting ideas, but it's kind of okay to put up a protective area, but it's not so okay just to divert to the neighbor's place in that way.
Yes,
So
it's true.
a matter of intention, and it's a subtle kind of difference there. But I think I think you know what I mean in terms of
yes, I understand, Rick. But maybe we can to do it globally, to think globally, not only in our area, in all the planet. We have to talk, I mean not to talk, but at the soul level with the soul of the planet and with the soul of magnetosphere, and just be everything in good balance.
Well, maybe everything already is in balance because it's already in the place where it needs to be. And it's up to us to accept that balance rather than try to change the balance.
Mm-hmm. To put ourselves in relation with this balance and equilibrate ourselves and to make us strong to face it. No? What do you mean?
That's rule number one. That's right, is to elevate oneself. Stefania's talked about that. It was part of the training of the Mojang in the Spaceship program. So, you know, Mr. Keshe was telling them about how to elevate. And rule number one is to elevate yourself before you try to elevate others. And that's the important factor, is to work on oneself first, and before we try to go about doing things that we think are going to elevate or help others and so on. Because if we're not elevated ourselves, then our efforts are going to basically backfire and not be effective. So, and then the other aspect about that, if we can get to the point of elevating ourselves and being humble enough, then we can work toward you know, certain groups that might have behaviors that aren't approved of by the humans on Earth and are abusive toward humans, let's say. Then we can work toward, instead of stopping them or hurting them or doing anything that might you know, feed into that whole dynamic. Instead, the idea is to elevate and to actually ask your enemy or adversary to elevate you in order for you to understand the situation and to help elevate them as well. So becomes a mutual reciprocal elevation dynamic rather than a mutual reciprocal down spiral dynamic. So there's seems to be a new approach that has been brought out by the Universal Council and you know, with the direction of Mr. Keshe and through the realization of how wishes go. When we were doing a lot of wishing at that time, they're still doing wishes, and the wishes are designed to be universal as much as possible, like you were mentioning, for the benefit of all beings, basically, or the benefit of the greater good, as opposed to benefit of just one small group or one part of the planet. We might focus on some of the hot spots, but at the same time, we have to be careful, because even the wish to elevate, I think we were talking about, no, there was one of the wars in the Middle East, and we're putting our energy toward elevating the people there that were suffering so much under the war situation. But then Mr. Keshe came up with the concept that, well, if you're elevating them, then you're ignoring the others that also need to be elevated. So in a way, why focus on just one group and put all the attention on them? Because it may be that there's many others that are in need of the elevation. All needs to be elevated at once, rather than little bits and pieces here and there, kind of thing.
I am wondering how it's possible to elevate all at once, only with one soul,
easy.
which is elevated.
It's easy. You dedicate yourself, your actions, for example, and you simply say, I wish for the results of these efforts to be used for the benefit of all beings everywhere. And if your efforts are dedicated in that way to all beings everywhere, rather than for the benefit of my sister or the benefit of my, my bank account, or whatever benefit that most people are wishing for and praying for, if you wish it for the benefit of all beings everywhere, or some equivalent of that, then that's it's a whole different perspective. That's where that unconditional love comes in, rather than a directed conditional love. It's like saying that, I love the people of I don't know what's I love the people of Syria because they're suppressed, but it means you're not loving everyone else all at the same time, because you've now set your limitation that you're only agreeing to love the people of Syria that have been oppressed. That's automatically focusing and narrowing things down, whereas the unconditional love will be for, it may temporarily focus on that as an issue, but it will just exude out everywhere, not necessarily just directed at an individual or a country or whatever.
Yes, I know all these things. That's why we Baha'is, we don't interfere in conflicts to take a part of only one part, It's dealing with conflict without creating conflicts, zero conflicts. I did some studies at Landeck International Academy. It was an university, international university, teaching how to find the common denominator, common values of all the people in order to put them to work together in ex-Yugoslavia. We invited all parts from the conflicts created in Yugoslavia. At the beginning, they didn't want even to see each other, and after they start to work together, acknowledging that they have common values and there is not a difference between their soul. And it was lovely. We start to implement education for peace in schools there. It was a lovely project, but I don't know if they continue or not. We integrated the concept of peace in all curriculum, educating people to be peaceful at the in school and also in the family. And anyway, this conflict was created there because people are lovely in ex-Yugoslavia. I am a professor of these languages, and I went there to study the language and to talk with people. And it wasn't any conflict between nations there. We didn't have, we created a national state just to create this problem. It was created, this struggle politics, you know, and people just instrument the religion there, instrumentalize the religion in order to create such conflict. Our religion, Baha'i, accept all religion, telling that all are created from the same source, is the same, only one creator. We have only one religion, progressively revelated to people, directly proportional with the level of understanding at the period of the local certain social geographical area and time, period in time. And we are aware that in the future we will receive more knowledge through our soul, direct from the source, and is not the last revelation. For me, our knowledge of here is like a revelation, because without the willing and the wish of the creator, we will not receive such knowledge. I mean, Mr. Keshe and other people searching for the truth of plasma and working with the ethos of plasma got the permission from the creator and got the knowledge from the source. I feel like this. We don't have the permission to have all this knowledge without connecting our soul with the creator. And he choose person which are able to understand and to explain to people. I think that Mr. Keshe was chosen by the creator to teach us. So science is like the spirituality, like the religion, and the science of soul just put together the two pillars of reaching the truth. That's why I'm happy, but because between spirituality and science now is not a difference, it's a science of the soul. Soul is everything what exists, and we have to find the truth about the creation of our soul to understand what we are, what is our essence, that we are the universe, human being at the micro level, and we are everything. We are the totality. We are integrated in totality, but at the same time, we are the totality. And this is lovely if we understand this. We we don't struggle for food, we don't struggle for resources, limited resources, because we understand that we can create at the field level everything, all the energy which we need. At least at the end, we need only energy to feed our soul, to feed our soul of physicality, to feed all plants and animals. We need only this energy. And if we ask kindly for this energy, we can have it from our environment, from the universe. And our body also can create such energy to balance our physicality and to balance our soul. We have everything what we need. Why we have to struggle for getting from our neighbors and to kill people, to kill animals, to interrupt cycles of life? This is a real wisdom and the truth. Thank you for allowing me to share with you my feelings and thoughts.
Hello, Salomia. Everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Just a question, Salomia. You see, in Brazil, you have a huge movement of teaching and spreading the knowledge of Mr. Keshe, but in the way the people must make the cups in the physicality. They must make to have this, to interact, to protect themselves with the virus whatsoever. The question in Romania, how, for instance, you are trying to make the people use the cup of life and understand how it can protect them against all kinds of virus, not talking about the soul itself, more at the level of the what we are living now in the physicality. In Romania, I think it's making a huge job. How are you spreading, or do you believe you can help to spread this one cup of life for the people that lives around you in the country, through the government or through the universities or through your idea? What is your idea? Is to teach them how to make the one cup the best way, or only sharing the idea of the knowledge? You know?
I am part of 3 groups in Romania. One of studying, one of making these cups, and third is of teaching. I know, not teaching, but is learning and teaching at the same time about the book, the science. This first is teaching about what Mr. Keshe is teaching us, is on Wednesday. On Tuesdays, how to make cups. And third, how to spread the knowledge at large, and especially to create alternative energy for the people dealing with MAGRAV, not only with cups, but we combine also both of them. Myself, I am spreading the knowledge. I am inviting friends to these workshops and coffee talk, how we call. And myself also, I talk with the member of my family, because I like to elevate their soul and to make them to understand that we are created perfect, and our soul can take the energy and to deal with directly with the fields of the universe in order to get the energy to be able to cover our present situation. I'm talking every day at phone with them and with many people, and I am sending to them what I have. And I hope that I will not harm the health of anybody in the future if they will understand that they are a plasma and they can deal with every virus, with every illness in this world. In the future, we will not have the concept of illness. We will use just water, inform water with our wish and willing, and water will be like a medicine. Baha'u'llah said that in the future, humanity will not deal with any illness. We don't have the concept of illness because illness will not exist, because we realize that we are part of everything, of totality, and we are water. And if we will drink good water, we will inform our water with our wishes of love and of health and of everything. And it's not a miracle, it's just the reality that we are totality. And if we are part of totality, we have to live with all viruses in cooperation and understand how to live and to deal with all of them, to be friends with them, not to consider them enemy and to fight with them. We have to laugh with them, to accept them, and if they want to take from our body energy, maybe we can give energy if we are a plasma and we have a higher energy. But just ask them kindly, don't take more than they need, and then don't take more than in order to destroy and to take all energy from our body, because in the universe we have enough energy and they can take the energy from the universe in order to survive. But if they want to multiply in our body, I think that this is not, they are like parasite and they want to take everything from our body. I think that they will not do this if we are strong and we will not permit them to enter in our plasmatic fields and interfere with our plasmatic fields if we have enough energy to protect, because this plasma is like a shield and protect us by a field of energy, and we can create this field of energy without this physicality of cups. At the first level, we have to teach people to understand this. But if they don't believe in this, it will not happen. It's like with any medicine. If you take a medicine and if you believe that it will make something bad for you, it will make bad for you. If you don't trust in your doctors, medical doctors, I mean, you will not be healed. It's everything about what you believe and what you wish. If you don't believe in what you use, you will not achieve your goals. It's something, I think you have to trust, I mean, not to believe, to trust, to have confidence in yourself, in others, and to understand that our interaction with the environment has to be balanced, to be in equilibrium like a graph. If everything is a graph is in balance, we'll not have disharmony. I think we will have harmony. I think that I was I was a little bit concrete. Usually I speak very abstractly. Sorry for this. But this is all what I'm trying to do. So first to learn about the science using the 3 books of Mr. Keshe. Second, practically to make these cups for people which can't create the fields by themselves yet. And third, to teach the people how to interact with the universe and take energy directly from these fields which exist in the universe. Because at the end, everything it's energy is, and energy is all what we need in order to balance our physicality and our soul. Thank you, Mr. Raphael.
Hey, Salomia. No, this is Jefferson Rodriguez. Rafael, it's
Jefferson
wonderful.
from Brazil. I was sorry.
But Rafael, it's a huge soul. There's no problem. But that's I understood every single word that you said. It's wonderful. Yes, that's the way of living, of understanding. But the idea is the people are dying now. They have no time to understand all of this that takes sometimes years or sometimes seconds to understand. But they are dying now. If you don't spread these cups to make them in the physical.
Yes, I try to do with a Baha'i friend to give him a plasma before going in hospital, but we are not allowed to give him anything there in hospital. But instead, we pray for him at the universal level. From each country, we had people gathering and wishing for him. And he was staying 2 months in hospital and in coma. And he said, thank you, because of your wishes and prayer, I am back in this planet, in this earth. And now he is very happy because with the help of us, myself, I am making meditation every night, connecting with all humanity, with all friends of community at 9 o'clock every night. I'm doing this, and from 1 hour and maybe 2 hours, I'm just meditating at the soul level with all planet, with all the people from the planet, in order to elevate their soul, to get rid of this. You understand what is today? I think that we can influence at the soul level very much. This is my belief, this is my understanding, and this is my wishes. Thank
you. Okay, thank you, Salomia, for your wonderful thinking answer. But today, when we are joining together in these meetings, it's so good because everyone knows the emotion and the thoughts of each other. That's, I think, is the first step to really become a community without using any radio or cell phone, whatever. But if I can I give you one opinion, a personal opinion. Make it the cup for you. Make the cup, one cup of your life. Stripe a wire. Get salt water. You know, make the nano coated in the fire or with the caustic. Interact with this energy, with all of these thoughts and knowledge that you have. I think it's the way.
Yes,
You must
thank
make
you.
one cup.
Yes, thank you very much. But I feel that I don't need because I use other instruments. I use my plasma.
No, I know. I know. That's exactly this. We do it by ourselves. Now we understand that each organ inside of us, like liver, or heart, or brain, or thymus, or thalamus, all of them are reactors. And the blood, the plasma, you have the lymph system that makes all of physicality but works. But to understand, really understand the field of GANs, in my opinion, Rumble opinion, we must make it. We must make.
You make it
Because
every day in your body,
within,
Jefferson. Pounds and pounds or
yeah,
kilograms. There's more GANs in our bodies than most of us make in our entire lives. You know, outside in terms of GANs, most people don't make
I agree.
100 kilos of GANs. That's a lot. And we have way more in our bodies, and it's under our own direction. It's already ready to go. We have it all made and it's there, and we just have to use it. And if we get too focused on the matter level of making the cups and making them exactly right and everything else, all the ins and outs of it, then we might not be focusing on our own GANs and our own possibilities and elevating ourselves through that very manner. If we get too identified with the matter level stuff, then that's where we get stuck. And there's the matter level, and then there's the GANs level, and the nano, and then the GANs, and then there's the plasma level, and then there's the plasma manipulator level. And if you're a plasma manipulator, you may not need to be dealing with the GANSs and the nano and the matter level because you're dealing with the fields directly. And that's what Mr. Keshe keeps encouraging us to do and to think about. Just, well, lots of times he said, don't make GANs anymore. This is one period a couple of years ago, and or several years ago, and he just said, stop making GANs. I want everybody to stop making GANs, and we're going to focus on something different now. And we're going to think about the fields rather than the GANs. And this is what he keeps bringing up in the last couple of years. It's about the fields. It's not about the matter level stuff. Now, on the other hand, like you bring up, there's people dying, and because we have an open heart, we wish to help alleviate suffering as much as possible in this planet. That's, part of why many of us are here. But on the other hand, we also have to recognize that suffering is part of this planet, and that people have to go through their own individual story about that in order to come to the point where they even recognize that, oh, gee, maybe making the GANs is a good idea, or maybe I can, be useful to me, and so on and so forth, and maybe I can learn from it, and all of that. Some people may have to come to their life being threatened in order to start paying attention to the plasma technology. Otherwise, they might be too busy working and raising a family and all of the various things of life on earth that engages our attention and our energy for most of our life. until we, sometimes it takes the later part of our life or some trauma in our life to realize that it is about the fields and about that love, that unconditional love is what comes up for many people that go through cancer, for example, life-threatening cancer. And that's always what they come up with, that they're so grateful for every moment of their life, and they are, they may not have to make a cup at that point in order to get what they need out of their environment and so on. They may have raised themselves to such a high energy level that cancer is gone and it's not going to exist, and no coronavirus or flu bugs or anything else is going to exist for them, because they've raised their energy level and made it so nothing, no bugs going to come near. They'd be scared to, because that love energy level can annihilate lower life forms, let's say. So I think it's important to remember the fields rather than the physicality, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge that we have a potent technology in these cups and other aspects of the plasma technology, and we have to have a lot of respect and gratitude for having that knowledge and being able to apply it and so on too. So it's like we have a foot in two dimensions. The one of having to work with the physicality stuff, because that's part of what happens on this planet. We're under the influence of gravity and atmosphere and conditions, and working with the physicality, we have to have a piece of copper and a piece of zinc, and they're physical things, and we transform them and we use them in our situation for other uses and so on. But it starts with the physicality. And then on the other hand, our intention and attention and our presence, you can't put a physical label on it. So it's of another dimension, and we have to keep a foot in that dimension at the same time. So they kind of go hand in hand. We're a soul and a physical soul body. So we've got the both to deal with. I think that's the part of the elegance of trying to get through life elegantly, is to balance those two areas that are in a way they don't mesh, but they do have some commonality at the same time.
It's true, Rick. I struggle to find the theory of knowledge using the theory of everything, the theory for which all physicians are making research nowadays, and they didn't find it. But Mr. Keshe just found it. I can feel on the button of my heart that this is true, and guns just prove it, the existence of magnetic and gravitational field, MAGRAF. And this is a proof that we can see the effects and feel the effects of gravity and of magnetism, their interaction at the same time. Plasma is a proof, and guns is a proof. for me it's clear that this is humanity is a laboratory of this new science, and each people can prove it. We don't need only one scientist in his own lab. Every citizen of the planet is a lab, and he can prove that this plasma exists and this field, so magnetico-gravitational exists, and they create goods for the universe and for humanity, and they just explain the creation, how the world was created by these two forces, force of gravity and force of magnetism, which creates a physicality, their interaction at McGrath level. And we understand that not physicality is fundamental, but because in physics, they try to find physicality and to demonstrate that physicality is fundamental. But they realize, the scientists, they realize that the consciousness is fundamental. The field of consciousness is fundamental. And consciousness, we can call God, we can call creator, we can call how we want to call it. That this is the fundamental reality. Consciousness is everything what is around. We are consciousness. We are part of total consciousness. And we don't have to have fear of death, because death is only transformation. It's metamorphosis from one dimension in another dimension, from for one McGrath maybe to another McGrath, or maybe without McGrath. We will be only soul. We will not travel in other dimension with our physicality. We will travel at the soul of man level. Can be. It's an option, depends on us, and also on the elevation of our soul. If we will become part of the creation of the new universe, a new star, a new sun, as Mr. Keshe just taught us. And myself, I'm confident, I'm not worrying about all this illness, all these viruses, because our soul is everything. It's consciousness, it's totality, total consciousness. Why we have to be worried of these things? If our soul is powerful, he can feed the physicality and the soul of man, and the soul of physicality straight from the source, from the source of consciousness, the source of creation, which is the creator, the God. For me, simple, but not people can believe what I believe and what I study and what I learn. I hope that they will hear me, and I can create a change at the consciousness level and at the heart level in all humanity soul. This is my wish, to elevate the soul of humanity, of the planet, through the love, understanding, harmony, and understanding of such a beautiful science of the soul, such a knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Salomia. Well put.
Well, Salomia, thank you. Thank you, Rick. It's so wonderful. The only consideration that I'd like to make, maybe I will share a wish that I made yesterday. Yesterday, no, a day before, when you had those conjunction between planets, Saturn and Jupiter. I need before my 5 cups. And I made a wish that everyone, every single person that is able, that he could understand and make their cups of life. Because we are talking here in very advanced feelings of how everything works. Because everyone here has got a lot of thousands of hours of studying, elevating soul, interacting. It's well advanced, but the regular people, I mean, we, the society, and the most poor people, they are dying now. They have no time to understand this. They are dying due to the things that we all know. But what happens? The importance of this, as Rick said, Mr. Keshe always say that we must stop looking at the fields. We must stop looking at the ganses, the wires. Okay, let's stop. Let's see the fields. Let's feel the fields, energy or plasmatic, whatever, the center and the energy that comes from the torus, from the universe, from the inside the earth. But the problem is you only can stop to do something if you have already started to do it. How can you stop something that you have never started? And I'd like to stress this because this afternoon here in Brazil, maybe even evening somewhere, Mr. Keshe will teach personally at Italian group and a radio how to make the 1 cup of life. He will teach that because it's a must. The people have it in the beginning, not to understand how we will elevate the soul in a second or third step. But now, people keep living. The poor people, many people does not read. They are illiterate. They cannot understand the soul of the elevation of the interaction with the universe. You cannot explain this in time for them. They will understand, but not now. Now they must live. If they don't live, they will not understand. They will be one more star, one more soul in the universe. Maybe go to the principal star, and then we'll come back in another spark of light, inception. That's the thing that I'm thinking. Because here in Brazil, I have tried to make many things, but after you teach how to make the cup, maybe this person will not become a knowledge seeker. Most of the people that were taught, they didn't become a knowledge seeker. They didn't elevate their soul yet, but they were protected by the pandemic that's living now. And slowly they are understand. They talk to me, oh, my plants, my dog is better. The dog was not understanding or feeling anything or was feeling, but the dog was good, almost dying. So he started to said, oh, but there is so many things behind this that you taught to me. So I told him, you are becoming a knowledge seeker. You must go now behind the knowledge. That's what I'd like to say. I would like to say more that through the emotion of the presence, you can make it very fast. Because when we are together, we are working with the emotion of the presence and the knowledge. but we are together. You see, Mr. Keshe this afternoon will be teaching. He gave the first part of his interview, was wonderful. Many people didn't even know that would happen, but this afternoon will happen. You must be with him. We are always with him, with our souls. But by the time he is teaching how to make one cup, one life, he's not touching one cup, one life, one food. That's one at the lowest level of the knowledge.
Yes.
So that's it.
Yes, I would like to answer to you briefly. When 23rd of January, when Mr. Keshe just offered to Chinese government this cup of life, for me it was the first time when I heard from him and see him, and I made a video how to make a cup of of life without having any ingredients. I just explained to people. I can share this video with you. I will find on YouTube and I will share with you. This is a proof that this year, when 2020, January 23rd, I start to become a knowledge seeker, directly teaching people how to make a cup without using a cup, without just explaining them like to disabled people, which so explaining by my how do you say, unverbal, non-verbal communication skill, how to do it. It was from my inside. And I went to at home to try to make it by myself. And after I met this fine, nice people from Keshe Foundation, and together we learned how to make it. And I just put people in relation with our Keshe Foundation to get it straight from these people, because myself, I was isolated on my house, and I'm still isolated on my house, working from the house, and I didn't go to my office otherwise. But I sent to all my colleagues and on my Facebook all the video concerning how to make it. I just explained to people how to make it, and I will continue to do it, but I think I'm not so allowed to do it on the Facebook and to using media, but I usually do it, and I just make meditation with people on the Facebook and explaining them that in a different way, that we are a plasma, that our matrix is perfect, and just trust in themselves and in the doctor. I think that in the beginning it was good in Romania because they had team with doctors and people working in a health area, but they didn't have time now they are so busy. I think it's important. I have a Baha'i friend which create Queen Reni network of hospital and health network in Romania, and I start to talk with him. He's a Baha'i from Iran. He's from Jewish background and Iranian background, both, but he's from Baha'i. He's very, very rich in comparison with other citizens of Romania. And I hope that he can use in his hospital our technology. I don't know, maybe this unit of enhancement. We can buy this unit of enhancement, and we can have more impact at a global and local level than the CAP. I think that is much easier with this unit of enhancement. So we have to find people which can invest on this unit on enhancement and trust in this unit on enhancement. I think it's a new urgency to have this unit on enhancement, and at the same time to target, to mainstream and to target this cup of life and cup of men. Every day I am talking with people and explaining and telling that we have this remedy, but if they don't trust, will not be helping, will not help them. So it's necessary for them to become a seeker knowledge. I don't know if this cup can help if people think that is not useful for them and is a poison. It's important to explain to them the process. For example, in my family, I said, okay, I will give you this and we will not have any problem. And they didn't believe. So I had to find other ways at their level of knowledge to make them to understand that they can do by themselves something in order to be strong and to elevate their soul. It's not easy. Yes, in the beginning, my wish was to, I wrote to my president. I sent him on his, he's a physicist, my president from Romania, and I put on his Facebook wall the information, and to other people from other parties. I was, in the beginning, I was like a pioneer every day, and gradually I understood that this is not the way to do it, because people will just make me troubles and they will not allow me to help other people. I think that gradually depends on the psychology of every people. We can teach people the knowledge and the science, but as a fireman, we have this right and the duty to help people quickly and to give them this plasmatic water in order to save their life, waiting that they will understand how powerful is their plasma, and then can equilibrate, balance everything. Thank you for asking and putting me all these questions, Mr. Jefferson. Thank you.
Oh, I say thank you to you. I say thank you. I understood what we're trying to say. And I can tell you that the people only can have the benefit of the water if they receive the water. You must have a water to give freely, not for the pandemic. You give the water and they will take what they need. Because
that's right, Jefferson, but some of us give from our soul instead of just giving the water, and then people take what they need from the soul. So there's two different approaches, and they're both appropriate and they're both necessary. So it's not an exclusion of one or the other, but two different ways of approaching all beings, and giving is part of the giving thing. But we can give from our soul, and we can give physically. Some people give with money even. Not too many knowledge seekers do that, but some do.
Yes, Rick, I understand. The only point that I'm trying to configure or to position myself that I must only say things that I have in experience, that I'm living in the reality. For instance, in my
But you must realize that that's your reality and doesn't apply to everyone. For
yes,
example,
yes, of
in the
course.
area where I am, I can't find one single person that's died of the coronavirus, or even has it, or even heard of anybody that's had it. That's
yeah?
the way it is in my area. But that's
I know.
unusual. I'm aware of that. But the whole kerfuffle's about nothing.